Good morning, everybody. What's up? What's up? All right, so plan here is there's only the one set of Sudden Disaster today. So I thought, okay, we'll cast that, especially because when I went online, no one else was casting it, so I do feel like it is kind of important for me to do so. Then we'll switch over to Midweek Madness. All right, let me set up the scoreboard real quick. No, I do check chat there. There just isn't that much, there aren't that many people who chat on YouTube. Alrighty, guys, so here we are on a triple tunnel. You'll have Vilasa in the blue as the Dravidians to the west of Triple Tunnel, and to the east in the red as the Italians. It will be dark. This could be a pretty interesting one. Dravidians, also kind of an interesting pick here. YouTube people are literally, oh jeez. Ugh. So, Vilasa and Dark, it's kind of weird, right? Because we have Vilasa, who isn't super active, although is generally, you know, has had much more success. There are just extra boar over here, right? Yeah, so this isn't really a lame necessarily. Gonna be a nice extra boar. Then you have Dark, who's kind of an up-and-coming, but also somewhat inconsistent player. So it is, I think, should be a very interesting matchup as well, which is why I'm casting it. We'll see if the Villa bot can make it work. So, first fishing chip out here for each player. Of course, these are two civs that are known for fish booming. The extra wood savings early on, so at least Dravidians do have a nice early fish boom. Higher potential? I'd actually say the other way around. I'd say Dark has the higher potential, especially right now. As Vilasa, he has experience, but I still think that Dark is probably able to operate at a much higher level. And no random civs today, I think. I kind of just rolled out of bed a little late. I'll be honest. I was up late last night. Oh, your soul. Oh, jeez. Randomly amazing? I mean, it was just sort of like the confluence of him practicing hard and there being like a little bit of a dip in performance of other players. But yeah, it was very impressive. And these look like 4 forward villagers. Okay, this is going to be a pretty hard forward. Yep, I remember. Oh, that's a lot of vills to sound forward. Normally, if you're just going forward, guys, it's just 2 vills is fine. Unless you're really going to be committing hard to a tower rush. But obviously, that's not the case yet. At least more than 1 tower, as there is no stone being collected. But we do see forwarding being very common on this map, and this is something Dravidians are very, very good at. So this Vill likely going to try and run around the side and go for a forward dock, but if you look at how Dark is setting up his base, look at this. He's literally scouting at the perfect location. It's impossible to dock over here with the second dock coming in. Oh, but they sent a scout over at the wrong time! Okay. Where's the Vil? Vil, she's going on a mission. Bird archery coming in immediately. That extra wood is helpful. The Corgi wants out. Was pre-error rule. Oh, man.
Over 6 years, and still my favorite toast.
Aw, it's so sweet, Ludicrous, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, that villager has been discovered. Men-at-arms are coming in, but there's only 2 militia. 2 men-at-arm rush is certainly an interesting one. Those vills are still quite far away from the town center, though. 6 years, that's a long time, man. Alright, men-at-arms are here. Those villagers are certainly in an awkward location. The forward Vil is also probably going to go down, though, but she gets the scout before she dies, which is certainly not bad. That one day, yes, but not for a very long time. Dark is well ahead in terms of resources, both players losing a villager thus far. Archer production has started here as well, but we just have nothing right now for Dark. He's gonna need to get a tower, like, ideally right where these enemy units are, but obviously that's not gonna be a thing. Okay, defensive tower coming in, but it means that these gold miners are gonna be exposed. Like, Aquilaians? Yeah, seriously. Well... it's probably going to be one dead Vil there. Fletching is now in, and there is another dead Vil. Vilessa with 2 villager kills so far. Power's up. Gonna force away the units for now, but this is already getting a lot done. It needs to get a lot done, though, because of just how many fishing ships Dark has at the moment. 11 to 5. Vilessa is still making more, though. Blacksmith coming in. And we should see some skirms on the way, and we do. But overall, a very greedy opening from Dark. Those Vils are forced to flee. They could, I mean, try mining gold over there, but that's just a matter of being discovered. And now that you know that your opponent's tower is right here, he who towers second towers best, as we all know. And that tower is going to be at a nasty angle that is going to deny that wood line. That said, Dark already has the second lumber camp down, so the wood income's already split between these 2 locations, so he'll be fine at the very least. But it's still going to be very awkward. Honestly, considering that Dark already has the second safer lumber camp, I might have preferred just to rush up the tower on the gold so that you have access to that resource, which right now Dark doesn't have access to. Up. Vils are coming for the big old punch out. Men-at-arms still not getting quite enough done. I mean, Villas is at 3 kills to 1 death, and yet he's behind by almost 800 resources, so how much of a win is that? Pulling back the weak fills is nice. And the skirmisher numbers are climbing. We all know just how important the skirmisher blob is. We do have the extra forge bushes on this map. But yeah, we're already looking at 13 fishing ships at the moment for Dark, and that's actually a wall-in! Oh my goodness! It's like shooting fish in a barrel! Oh, that was a brilliant move there for our blue player. And yet... Okay, one of the forward Vils is gonna die. Reinforcements are coming in. Now it's of course going to come down to the micro, but the Dravidian skirmishers attack faster, remember. How can people say that Dravidians aren't a good civ when they literally have a bonus to the best unit in the game? It's just 3 TC, man. I thought that was a hope. Oh man, great micro here for Vilisa, and Dark is on the back foot here for sure. 12 kills to 5 deaths in favor of our blue player. And that's just a starting scout, right? I don't think he built a stable ever. But this Vilisa's going to be ready to click up the Castle Age in a moment. Dark isn't too far behind, though, especially as Italians having that cheaper age up. Have Scorps? Don't have Scorps? I feel like I'm missing something. But also, I just rolled out of bed, so who knows. My mind is all muddled. Alright, gonna go back onto the gold there. Remember, he doesn't have safe access to that resource. And he went archery range plus blacksmith, so he can't even buy another tower if he wants to. And Skirm's coming back down this way. Oh, okay, yes, that is true. Dravidians do have a Scorpion discount. They even have a Siege Tower discount. Well... Bills are forced away again. Now they're just going to be going over to the gold mine. I mean, you can afford to have all of this villager inefficiency just because you have so many freaking fishing ships. And yet, gold feels like a really tough resource to get at the moment. Now we're back up to 5 men-at-arms with Arson. Could we see some long swordsmen in action? I sure hope so. You have +1 defense here as well. All of their units except archers? Well, they are much more of a military-focused civ, so that does kind of make sense. You know, low eco, but lots of military bonuses. Nope, no hand cannoneer bonus either. SMH. Alright. Castle Age is in. Knights are on the way, but we already have the Armored Elephant coming out. Also monks. Their monks are pretty sad. And unfortunately, Dravidians are a civ that really wish they had good monks, kind of like Persians. Alright, long swordsmen are here. They're still applying pressure. Lots of vills forced to repair, but again, this is something you can do with your 21 fishing ships. Who uses those? Yeah, that's true. But yes, Khmer. Once upon a time, Khmer had all the gunpowder except for bombard towers. Which is kind of weird, because the Khmer Empire was very much in decline by the time gunpowder became a thing. Alright, Monk is out here as well. Second barracks. Give me the long swordsman, guys. Give me long swordsman or give me death. Alright, knights are out, though. There certainly aren't enough things here that will be able to stop them. Good monks nowadays? Yes, but some civs are less reliant on them overall. Especially ones, like archer civs generally don't need as good of monks. It's always nice to have good monks, right? But the fact that Britons don't have good monks is not really that big of a deal for them. Civs that rely especially on a lot of cheap and weak units as well, that don't really get converted as much. But Dravidians being such a slow civ, having not the greatest versions of, like, the slowest, most efficient unit in the game is a bit awkward. But here we go. Armored elephants are going to town right for the kill here. Remember, it is sudden death. Mangonel goes down. The knights are getting eaten by the pikemen. But, I mean, these armored elephants are pretty strong. That said, the villagers are slowly punching it down. So, Well, now you're garrisoning back in the TC. The long swordsmen are going down, and Villas is running out of steam real quickly here. The repair bills were brought back, and yet it wasn't quite enough. More siege workshops! More, I say! Eichmann numbers continue to climb. Siege workshop coming in here as well. Third stable. I mean, you've got so many vills, as in fishing ships, on the food right now. And yet the gold income is still a little bit suspect. Iron casting going to be here as well. But are we trickling in the siege units here as Villasa? I would say yes. And unfortunately, you cannot garrison pikemen inside elephants, as awesome as that would be. The elephant just, like, eats the pikemen, and then they just, like, are hanging around, and then they jump out of the elephant. I think the kids would say that I'm cooking with that one. Alright, double workshop mangonel production. You do have a really nice wood discount as the Dravidians. And here we are. Oh, it's all coming down to the micro. Beautiful start to that fight, though, for Dark. Gets the 1-for-0. We do have Sanctity in for these monks. Oh, way better Mangonel micro here for Dark. Oh my goodness, that is 2 for 0. I mean, I know you have discounted Mangonels, but still, that's no bueno. Trying to mix in some longswordsmen again as well. Oh my goodness! These Mangonel hits from red have been absolutely exceptional. Oh, there's just a time when you need to actually take good fights, but is it enough? Like, this fight is literally going as well as reasonably possible for players at this level for Dark, but is it enough? They still have several monks over here. The knights are charging forward. There's a few infantry units. Of course, you have all the reinforcements coming in. 6 knights at a time being produced at the moment here for Dark. A very exciting start here to game number 1 of this series. And yet, the cheap infantry units with all of the very close forward buildings. I mean, this is how you Dravidians. You have no mobility, so just build stuff at your opponent. And now the Mangonels are going to go right back to eating the town center. The Armored Elephant is here to help as well. Another Mangonel being brought in from the north. But is this enough? Repairs are going to be forced up. That was honestly a good hit onto the Knights. Is this running out of steam? It's so close. Another Mangonel pops out of the siege workshop. It's a 1-for-1. Oh, man. That should be another kill. Not a kill here. Yep, that's exactly the case. And the infantry numbers are once again getting very low. EC's already taken 4,000 damage. And yet it's not dead yet. And then casting the sets? Yeah. I do what I can. But still, these Mangonel hits have been absolutely critical here for Dark. He has a huge score lead. He's got 2 barracks, but obviously 2 barracks to 3 stables is a bit of an awkward ratio. Alright, the converted knights are going to be able to snipe the Mangonels. And yet the siege numbers have been so heavily reset, it's going to be difficult to even think about even pressuring this TC again. We have more Mangonels on the way here for red. Fear the Dravidian Knights, always fear the Dravidian Knights. And then Mangudai Enjoyer gifting this up to our base. Thank you so much, Mangudai Enjoyer, and welcome, Mr. Admin Man. Thank you, thank you. But welcome to the Wolf Pack. Enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu Wolf and Friends. Devotion and +2 defense coming in. Oh, man, such good Mangonel micro here for Dark. I mean, if he wins this game, which is certainly more likely than not at this point, it is in some part, no small part, down to the fact that he has had exceptional micro. That said, this is still really scary. All right, Mango. Of course it's... Oh, no! Danger close, and yet the Mangonel still falls. We still have two. Those Dravidian Mangonels are real freaking cheap, guys. Another siege workshop was built as this one's about to go down. Armored Elephant is about to come in and say hi. Man, Dravidians really wish they had rams instead of armored elephants. I mean, here we go. We have 40 villagers on wood at the moment here for Dark. So, I mean, that is not insignificant. The elephant stand. The Mangonels are still here as well. There's only 4 vills with which to repair. The peasantry! The peasantry, guys! Sire, the peasants are revolting! Oh, another armored elephant's coming in. The Vilessa is going for the kill. He's back up to the army numbers he needs. Oh my! No, you don't need redemption to convert armored elephants, but they need to be at point blank range. Oh, is it enough? I think another set of Mangonel volleys is gonna do it, guys, and that is it. And Vilessa takes game number 1. Oh my goodness, guys! What a fantastic game number 1 here. It was absolutely down to the wire. Dark was ahead by almost 5,000 resources. He still has a decent army at the end of this, but Vilessa just not giving up. Just relentless, the double forward siege workshop. Even if the Mangonel trades weren't the best, he just made more of them. Vilessa absolutely understood the assignment. Vilessa's pace? Well, I know one player in the AoE2 community who'd be very proud of these. But geez, what an exciting game. Just not quite enough. The monks I don't really think did enough for Dark. I mean, I don't know if there was a world where he could get redemption, but he was also out of gold. I mean, this is just fun. This is just fun AoE. 44 pikemen to 37 knights is actually not a bad ratio at all for the knights. And yet it just wasn't quite enough. Vilessa's monks got significantly more done. You see 10 conversions here to 5, and of course these are much more valuable units being knights. 108 army to 67. This is just Dravidian stuff. It was looking so bad here, but then you just make more. And this is just the round of 32, remember? We got plenty more AoE. That'll be happening here. Of course, shout out to John Slow for organizing this, as the first one was a lot of fun. Obviously, this one is so far as well. And Arena is going to be next. Oh, and this is an interesting Civ matchup. Yeah, no more of Sudden Disaster today. We're going to switch over to Daniela's tournament, the Midweek Madness thing. And we'll do that, yeah, after this series. This is the only set today. The main event? Well, I mean, yeah, now that we're getting into the round of 32 already, there, of course, there's so many good players signed up. We're already getting fantastic series. Silver League? Ah. Alright, 20 seconds, guys, and we're going to be getting into game number 2. Yeah, but a lot of the rules have to get thrown out the window when it comes to sudden death. I mean, Vilessa isn't like a super YOLO clown type guy most of the time. Yeah, that might be important to our base. Alright. I didn't have the chance to bring up the drafts yet because I was a little bit sleepy this morning. I was up till 2 in the morning because I was irresponsible. But nevertheless, look at this matchup. Dark is going to be in the red as Dawe to the northwest, and to the southeast in the blue as the Teutons. It will be Vilessa. Vilisa playing the Civ of fan favoriteness, playing the Civ of honor and fun AoE gameplay, and Dark playing the evil Three Kingdoms Civ with a bunch of janky units. But yes, of course, Age of Funnels. This is a very funnelable map. The funneling, guys, is absolutely exceptional for both players. Also, these are some big freaking hairs. I never noticed this. I mean, obviously you have to upscale everything in AoE 2 just for readability, but I mean, look at this! These hairs are like half the size of villagers! These hairs are like a meter tall! That's pretty scary, man. I mean, the hairs are the same as the box. Just reskins. Anyway. Now, I didn't actually see the Doubt versus Yo game when Doubt won with the Wei yesterday, but I still, like, my mind still is confused about why Wei would be a very good arena civ. Foxes, the foxes are, oh boy. Yeah, this stream is absolutely sponsored by Big Hair. Yeah, I guess it's Xianbei. They just go for Mass Xianbei and hope for the best. And you still have a good eco, especially 1TC eco, because you can actually get a villager lead with your eco upgrades. But you still have very bad monks. Remember, guys, look at the way monk tech tree. I mean, yes, you have Sanctity and Fervor, which is nice, but no Atonement and no Redemption. That's a rough one. They weigh Teutons? Oh, yes. Oh, we shall have to see. Oh, every day I'm funneling. Yeah, I like how the whole thing with the Xianbei is that it's a cheap but weak cav archer that's also very fast, when the Kipchak has literally been in the game for 6 years and does the exact same thing. It's just a slightly different version of a Kipchak. If anything, it's a power crept Kipchak because you can train it at the archery range. And they get full upgrades, whereas you don't with humans. And to restart? Oh, that's there was a series, because, you know, I'm jumping between Midweek Madness and then the early rounds of Sudden Disaster, based on what matches I find interesting and what other people are casting. But yeah, there was somebody who won with Dawei. Also, I don't think Wei and Shu are right next to each other on the AoE2 Civ selection screen. Just like to point out, I know for a fact Out plays this game in English. Wei and Shu are not close to each other at all. Just throwing that out there. Yes, I did see the game he won with the Shu. The Shu was absolutely on the other foot. Yeah, the Doubt Castle ending was, oh boy. Doubt was in a good spot on the Koala game as well, but then he just decided to YOLO Castle drop, and it did not go well. Well, very quick uptime here for Dark. This could be for a feudal boom, as if he was going forward, you think he would have sent the villagers forward at this point. So, looking to get those eco upgrades. To way ahead to Doubt. Exactly. Like the hair is running in slow motion. Well, as far as what Villas is going to be doing, I mean, you have plenty of options here as the Teutons. You can go for the full Monk Rush. You can go for some Siege. You can go for Pikemen even very effectively. It's going to be something in that wheelhouse. The one thing Teutons aren't going to do very well is Castle Drop into Unique Unit, because as much as I'd love for the Castle Drop Teutonic Knight all-in play to be a thing, it's not a thing. That said, your cavalry play is going to be very good with Wei. Barracks was started and then cancelled. Thanks to the campaign videos. Well, you're welcome. Glad you enjoy them. Teuton Tower Rush. It is certainly something to keep in mind. But after seeing his opponents not be into the feudal age nice and fast, it's alright. And as far as feudal booming civs go, Wei are perfectly fine. Getting the gold mining upgrade, you just can get those extra villagers regardless. Remember that a feudal boom is not efficient with any civ except humans, relative to just going for a fast castle. I can't think of another civilization that's actually better off going for a full feudal boom. Alright, Eric's coming in here for Villasa. And what is the plan? 25 pop-up is very normal, nothing too crazy about that. Burgundians, it's still much better to fast castle. Like again, Burgundians are one of the better civs if you're stuck in feudal age, but you'd rather still just go FC. Which is why you see that most of the time. Alright, stable blacksmith coming in for Villasa. And it will just be for a scout opening. But it's not like you can add in extra TCs behind this, so I'm pretty curious. Lots and lots of houses here at the front. For a feudal boom, though, you'd think they'd have a second lumber camp. It's like kind of a no-brainer. Be significantly more efficient than this. Because if you're playing, like, regular arena, most of the time, at least when I play, I only go one lumber camp because it allows you to go up a bit faster, and then since you're dropping a second TC soon anyway, that will basically serve as your secondary lumber camp. But one TC here, obviously, you kind of want the extra efficiency here. Anyway, scout production has begun. And it's not like Dark's really going anywhere fast here. No market. No nothing. Just hanging around in feudal age. That said, it's not like he's going to fall behind in eco too much, because it's not like if Villasa could add TCs, it would be terrible for him, but obviously he can't. Lots and lots of farms incoming. As Dark says to Villasa, what are you going to do in Castle Age? Make light cavalry? Ho, 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 ho. TC, it's sudden disaster. It's the whole gimmick of the tournament. It's basically town center regicide. Alright, here comes the forwarding. There's Loom, forging about to be in. It's still only one stable, I believe. Yes, that is correct. And now you're going to be starting and then canceling a night. Double monasteries on the way. Pikeman upgrade nice and quick as well, recognizing that his opponent is investing heavily into the scouts. Good placement of the monasteries as well. It's really important these days to have a good sim city when going for a monk rush so that you can wall in the monks so they don't get as easily sniped by enemy light cav. Or scout cav in this case. Great scale barding armor coming in as well. Not the Wolfie! Free melee armor for the Teutons is helpful. Now we have an archery range coming in. Dark is pretty close to clicking up. He's got a lot of farms. And this is where you should probably just start with a ram. Yep. If your opponent isn't in Castle Age, the ram is just going to be faster at destroying the stone wall. You go for the mangonel as the follow-up to prevent the re-walling, as the mangonel just shoots over the whatever villagers are trying to repair or build stuff behind. But the ram creates maximum building destruction. Yeah, it's still hanging around, though. Monk's gonna try and go for some conversions. Oh, that is a lot of monk snipes, as in 2, but several scouts are dying as well. Fletching is on the way. More range is coming in as well, so it is going to be for those Xianbei Raiders. Vilisa is out of form in general, but it was a very, very good game number 1. Alright, pikemen are here too. Still a minute 23 away from Castle Age. There's a third range for your Xianbei production. And we are basically right back to the first game, as it is now all-out aggression. Fling everything you can at your opponent. Alright, another scout ends up dying over there. Vilisa with a positive KD. Dark also lost a Vil somewhere. No idea. Bit of an insta. Rams here going to go after the house and immediately take it down. 15 seconds still till Castle Age. And it's actually 2 Rams before Mangonel, which is pretty interesting. But you can see that although the rewalling attempts are thus far pretty good, it's just so fast at destroying these buildings. Now the Mangonel's going to trundle forward. You just lost so many scouts at this point. No loom! Going to be one more dead Vil. And now with the Mangonels coming in, is there even going to be enough time to amass the Xianbei Raiders, guys? A few of them out nice and quick. There's another monk snipe. Oh, Vilisa's absolutely playing the objective. Vilisa is the anti-Call of Duty player. Vilisa is not just running around the map trying to maximize his KD. Yeah, no Bodkin yet, although he can totally afford it. Except he lost his blacksmith, so that's kind of awkward. And look at this forward siege workshop! Oh man, he is just absolutely going for it. Beautiful attack round right there. To be fair, Vilisa's owed some good Mangonel hits after that little bit of a disaster in the previous game, and Dark is just running out of units so fast. Nothing too fancy here, just double monastery. Now you're on to the second siege workshop, getting pikemen and getting some cavalry to help out as well. And it's just all about that investment into the military. Still, there is a defensive Mangonel out at this point for Dark. Like, yes, he is ahead in resources, but he's also lost a lot as well. And... oh, those Mangonels clipped a couple of the Xianbei Raiders. I mean, Dark is going to need to have some very good Mangonel hits if he wants any hope here in this game, as that army is just straight up terrifying for Vilisa. Redemption's on its way. And those Xianbei Raider numbers are only slowly climbing. Yeah, Dark's about to be housed. We're going to rush up those houses in the back of his base. Monk is sniped there. Remember, you have the charge attack for the Xianbei Raiders because they apparently needed that. And the monk numbers are still not that exceptional, but the question now is just where are you going? Are you even working towards the better army? I mean, I suppose eventually, but you really still need to win the siege battle. And that's going to be tough being so much slower to the Castle Age and also 1 siege workshop to 2. Kind of doubly rough for him. Yeah, Dark is just getting... he's lost so many houses, man. This is why a lot of people don't build the houses at the front of their base. Sit against a tower rush, but very bad against Castle Age pressure. Well, the Rams have been sniped. Okay, 1-for-1 trade, and the monk goes down as well. Vilisa gets a nice parting shot right there, though. Well... oh, another good Mangonel hit. I mean, these Xianbei Raiders have such low HP. Bloodlines is coming in. It does allow them to tank at least 1 Mangonel hit. Still don't have another Mangonel on the way yet, so these Mangonel numbers are only climbing for Vilisa. They are not doing so for Dark, and I think that still is going to make things very tough to manage. Outpost I absolutely love when going for a mangonel push. Especially as Town Watch is about to be at 1,000 eens. Now you have no mangonels, guys. Uh-oh. Now we could start eating the TC. Oh, no! In a world where everyone's just dodging mangonel shots all the time, it is refreshing to see this unit be effective. 5 mangoes, guys. We are about ready to make a mango pie. With the crust, the flattened crust being the town center. +6 for mangonels, please. No, I don't think you can stop this. Shenbei are stuck out of position. Too many units are going down. This would require like an astronomically good mangonel hit, and that is simply not the case at the moment. A little bit more time can be bought, but still. Oh my goodness! Oh no! Res destroyed still heavily in favor here of Vilasa. All of the idling and the villagers lost, basically negating any sort of eco bonus you had here as Dark. And a conversion as well. We are looking at 7 mangonels on the map for Vilasa, guys. Oh boy. Adding in a few knights. Just the stray cavalry and infantry units here from our Teutons player has actually been instrumental in protecting all of these siege weapons. It kept the scout numbers low getting into Castle Age, which is super important. Otherwise, you could just run in and start sniping all of those different units. You know, yeah, guys, you're not stopping this. You have 3 mangonels queued up at 1 siege workshop. Well, a lot of the mangonels have paused their TC attacks to go after the other mangonels, and that is nominally a good shot. Technically speaking, that was an efficient fight for Dark. Very, very technically speaking. And GG is called Vilasa, 1 game away from the sweep. 9 mangonels made. Vilasa eat TC. And obviously that enormous difference in Castle Age time. Dark was just trying to hard prepare against the tower rush, but that's just not what Vilasa did. He went for a much more traditional Monk Siege pikeman push. Oh man. Very fun series so far. Thanks everyone for watching. Still have plenty more AoE today, even after this series. We're going to switch right back over to Midweek Madness. And because I was sleepy and didn't see the draft, who knows what's next? Having to add TCs, yeah. Main TC, because the whole point of sudden death is to make it a very aggressive and, you know, closely fought game. Coffee time? I haven't even had the chance to make it yet. I'll get it after this series. As well as some breakfast. Some brekkie. Anyway, Ring o' Reeds does appear to be the next map. No idea what the Sibs are. A more prepared and on-time caster would have that all prepared for you guys, but you're stuck with me. All right, minute 42, and we will be getting into game number 3. Tournament life on the line here for Dark. Nightbot is back? Nightbot is indeed back. Need to play fewer water maps? Yeah. Back in RMS Cup 2, it was just rocky terrain with shorefish in it instead of shallows, so there just weren't any ships at all. Yeah, Vilisa woke up today and chose violence, that is for darn sure. Alright, 45 seconds. We'll be good to go. Alright, so... like, just checking over. ACCM probably beating Prisma. Yeah, we would have ACCM versus Viper in that tournament tomorrow at some point. I mean, Viper's already playing Andy, which could be good. I mean, if we weren't just immediately jumping in from one game to the next, I would absolutely pull up the drafts and all that, but there just hasn't really been too much of a need. Alrighty, guys, classic matchup here. We will have Dark in the red as the Mongols, tournament life on the line. It'll be here to the west of Ring of Reeds. And to the east in the blue as the Spanish. It will be Vilisa. Alright, so Mongols, very strong feudal age aggression civ. But if there's a world where Vilisa can still get to Castle Age at a good time, get those conquistadors out, then it's going to become very tough for Mongols to deal with. Conversely, if Dark is actually able to get to Castle Age even after all of the likely feudal age pressure, then he could be in a situation where Mangudai starts to come out. And that is not something that Conks like dealing with. You just lame the middle versus Mongols? Well, that could be exactly what we are seeing right here from Vilisa. I mean, there's still a decent economic cost associated with this. Having a villager who isn't working while all of this is going on, especially so early on, but Vilisa has clearly made the calculation that it is more important to deny your opponent the resources. That said, there is a scout cavalry over here, and there is no loom. Not that this lady cares, man. She's going for it. Where Cam? Well, it's a pretty new thing. Since January of 2018, I've had it so I have the webcam on in between games and not in the game. So it's a pretty new thing. I've only been doing it for 7.5 years. Yep. Alright, Loom coming in now here for Dark. He is ready to go for it. Oh, never bring a Vil to a scout fight. Still, you can at least gather the deer meat before it rots. The venison. Yep. Not too sure what that's all about. Oh, the block is coming in, and those are several extra hits for Dark. Venison. Sieur Bertrand. Well, 3 HP scout is at least better than a dead scout, so you can at least hang around the edge of the map and see if your opponent's doing anything there. But for the time being, Dark is able to take this hunt no problemo. He's already taken both of the boars, and he wants more meat. Doc coming here as well. Still a decent amount of deer meat, although it is rotting very fast. We have, what, 6 dead deer? This is the rotting of 6 deer all at once. That's crazy. That sounds pretty enticing. Wow. Never know. Alright, so what's this villager up to? Is it going to be for a dock on the outside? You certainly see that plenty of times on this map. And there it is. So both players will have a dock, but Vilisa is simply not going to be able to contest the middle. Dark's resource advantage is quite significant because on top of being Mongols, remember that Vilisa sent the forward villager to lame all this very, very quickly. That said, even without the hunt, you still have plenty of shorefish here, you have the forage bushes, so there's still a lot of food left over anyway. You do need a mill or something, though, because you cannot drop off venison at the dock, because that would be completely illogical. How would the dock workers know how to process the venison? Ah, okay, I see what he's doing. So what you can do, guys, is you take all of the meat, and then you right-click on a shorefish, and then they'll already be at max fishing capacity, and then the venison magically transforms into fish that the dock knows how to process. Yep, there's the old switcheroo. Mill? Well, yeah, you want the galleys, and if you just do the old Reddit switcheroo, then you're good. If the fish eat the venison. Yeah, fooling the AoE gods with one simple trick. Alright, Dark almost up to the feudal age. And yeah, I wonder if Vilisa... Okay, no fishing ships are being added. But deerfish? Yeah, I mean, people will do that where, like, they'll wall in their villager at the dock on Nomad, take the boar, and then, like, take the boar meat, go to the fish, and then go back over. And just kind of go back and forth like that. We've certainly seen that quite a few times on Nomad. It's definitely fish meat. If this were AOC, guys, as soon as the villagers switched task, they'd lose all their resources. Meat is meat? I don't know. Tell that to a pescatarian. They would say that fishes are not meat.
Monday?
Alright, 24 pop. That's still very fast. Now, I know you have a lot of shorefish here, but will you still be able to get the castle down? Tower's up, but this tower doesn't really do anything. Weird, yeah, I mean, I don't understand any of that. FC Lancers? Well, he is at least relatively close to Castle Age. I'm not too sure how effective Lancers would be, though, especially if your opponent gets to some Conquistadors. That said, all of the middle map control is in favor of red, and he could even maybe think about walling in his opponent, although if you just drop the castle here, it would go out anyway, but yeah, clearly Dark still thinks it's a good idea. Blacksmith on its way. You do not have another building, and yes, there is a fire galley out here on the outside. Vanisher indeed very good on this map. Market Blacksmith coming in, so with the power of those extra fishermen, getting enough food income, you can still go for an even faster Castle Age time than you could on most maps. Now you can just sell a little bit of wood or food or whatever and be good to go. There we go. 17 seconds idle time isn't ideal, but it's not the end of the world. And the peasantry. Oh, these peasants are sick and tired of being sick and tired. Oh, look at that walled in. By the dead tree. Knives at dawn. Look how comically large the villager knives are. Those look more like what warg riders would use in freaking Lord of the Rings. Alright, Vilisa gets the kill there. Daggers? I mean, they're more like short swords. Yeah, machetes almost. Oh, nice quick wall there. Long daggers, yeah. Alright, the walling in shall continue until morale improves. Well, yeah, Dark didn't have the buildings. Oh, God. There you go. Obviously still a significant difference in the castle age time, but this castle's going to come out here pretty soon. Oh, or you could just go around the edge. Guys, Villas has been like, you know what? It's been like 15 in-game minutes since I've been attacking my opponent's town center. Oh, boy, guys. Villas ain't having none of this. Is he in northeastern Canada? Because he's having none of it. Get it? I'm so funny. Here we go, kids. Castle time. And, whoops. Well, I spent all of this time and energy walling in my opponent. Oh, no. No stone at all. Good quick walls from our blue player. Defensive tower incoming, but, well, I don't know, guys. What do you think of this tower? Do you think this tower is likely to succeed in denying the castle against these Spanish visitors? Oh, no, guys. The towers are so sad. They're so freaking sad. Oh, well, what do you know, guys? The tower was unsuccessful. Bill even dies over there. Those Bills are going to be having a real bad day. You're going to add a negative scale. Exactly. Conk number 1 is out, and he just got nothing at this point, as Villasa is taking no survivors here. 0 deaths so far, as Dark is getting absolutely hammered. Siege Workshop immediately on the way. But guys, Villas is walled out. He can't do anything. Oh wait, he can just literally walk around. New pathing? New pathing's in right now. Yeah, Dark has Loom, but 17 Vills on stone. You can't drop a castle that it can range the TC. It's just too wide for that. Making a difference? I would say yes. New and improved pathfinding is not perfect, but very much an improvement. 3 times in a row. I mean, it's not the exact same strategy, but it's basically the same head-on applied directly to the forehead. Activate your neurons. I was thinking of doing a new unique units tier list because that video is very popular, and I haven't made it since a lot of stuff has been added. Oh no. Oh no, guys. This is sad. This is very sad. The castle's incoming! There's literally rams right here. Wow, Villasa just woke up today and said, you know what, I will kill Dark. Oh, jeez. It's so sad, but so mesmerizing. GGGL next. Wow. That was wild. Villas is playing like, I'm going to win this entire freaking tournament, man. I've got stuff to do. I have software updates that need to come in. The Villasa bot is saying, nah. Wow. That was pretty crazy. Absolutely bodied. Like it's like one thing watching Hera play and like he's like outmaneuvering his opponent and then getting ahead and then booming and getting further ahead. This is like Villasa just taking a giant sledgehammer to Dark's TCs. Oh my. No, Dark didn't random his draft. A and S tiers? Well, it's all relative, right? Alrighty, guys, but that, although that is the, let's double check. I think it's the only set today for Sudden Disaster. Yes. We'll have Sorakuma versus Mihai tomorrow, which would be a very good set between two excellent Taiwanese players. But now, let's go ahead and jump into Hope versus Mihai, I think? I think... Sure. Oh, are we in ACCM versus... well, I don't want to just check Daniela's stream. Oh, they're on Northern Isles. Wait. Why don't I... Oh, are they Rex? Oh, they must be Rex. Hold on, guys. Wait. No. They're not Rex. Oh, the game is over? Oh, who won? Okay, ACCM won. I would have been floored if Prisma beat ACCM. Not that Prisma isn't a really good up-and-coming player, but, like, this tournament's basically been the ACCM Invitational. Alright, John Slow, thank you for the raid. That was a very fun Sudden Disaster series. Alright, but now we're going to be going to Midweek Madness. The second series is going to be Hope versus Mihai, so let me just set all this up. Midweek Madness. Hosted by at Daniela AOE and at Robo Boro. And that is updated. Logos here. Lots of switching that needs to happen. Your Vietnamese player versus your second favorite Taiwanese player. I already made the Sora joke. You're not allowed to make that joke again. No way Hope is the higher seed, right? No. Okay, they're doing the draft right now. Jokes all the time? No, all of my jokes are funky fresh. They're fresh and innovative. And a beacon of wit and charm to the AoE community. First replaced MBL, yeah. Right, so Hollowed Woodlands is actually going to be map number 1. Some underwear? I mean, Folder traumatizes us on a daily basis. Alrighty, guys, so hope you're enjoying the Midweek Madness and Sudden Disaster. It's been some fun tournaments going on these days. I am going to take the opportunity to get some food and some coffee. So I'll be right back. Hope you're all having a lovely hump day. I return.
I hope I didn't miss any gripping AoE 2 action.
And we didn't.
I guess it all ended up just fine. All right.
"30 seconds, guys." So we have a few more sets of this today. Whoa, what is this civ? Set up the scoreboard. What on earth is this civ? Hope is going to be in the blue as the Armenians to the southwest, and Mihai's going to be the Bulgogi. The Bulgogi civ. My favorite civ. The fire meat civ. Yeah. Huh. Curious. I wonder what the Bulgarians pick is for. I mean, they are still a very good aggressive civ, but normally it's just other civs do that better. So I'm going to be pretty curious, guys. Armenian's going to be a very strong civ aggressively as well, though. From the latest real DLC? Yeah, seriously. Those are things. I don't know if Romanians or Bulgarians would be very likely to be happy with each other. Never lost? Oh my goodness. They're definitely not OP. Oh god. What have I done to deserve this fate? Alright, so. Already, dropping out there on the back. This has to be for a Men-at-Arm rush, because, like, if you do anything other than a Men-at-Arm rush as, with Bulgarians, it feels like you're just doing something significantly worse than what another civ would do. Been met with a terrible fate. I feel like that's my entire lot in life. You just met Ellie Archer? Oh, how's Ellie Archer doing? Busy man? Well, that's much better than being not busy. If you're not busy, then you end up like Ornlu. Sitting around talking at his computer all day. How does it work? So the way this works is that anyone can sign up for it. I mean, literally anyone can sign up for it. So it's just a quick little weekly tournament that Daniela and Robo are hosting, just Monday through Thursday. Single elimination bracket. The first week had no gimmicks. The second week had only Age of Conquerors maps and civs. This week is the opposite, so it's only post-AOC maps and civs. And that's really it. That's how we get 2 new civs on a new map. ACCM won the first 2 editions by virtue of being the only top 10 player to sign up, but we do have Viper this week. Now, Mihai is indeed going to be going for the Bulgarian Men-at-Arms rush, which is still very strong. Although Armenians will have a nice eco advantage afterwards. Although Mihai clearly with some nice early eco optimization as he is ahead by around 100 resources. Haboob and Phoenix? I've never been to Arizona. I've only been to California twice, I think. But it's very far away from me, man. Very far away.
Alright, it's men-at-armsing time.
Is it like a Darude sandstorm? That type of sandstorm? Oh, I mean, I'm sure it's quite impressive. I'd love to go out there. It's just, you know, never had the opportunity. I mean, I don't really travel that much these days. My grace with the presence of... to look at boobs. Alright, Militia's still hanging around here at the back, but look at this, guys. The Men-at-Arm upgrade comes in instantly, and that does lead to a strong timing, but the 1 HP Vil will survive. Still going to be denying hope of gold for now. Still can honestly punch away at the scout. Hold on, Dash. Alright, archery range on the way. And there is about to be the Men-at-Arm upgrade, but it's not like you're getting long swordsmen anytime soon. It's not looking great for Hope, guys. Oh, okay, no, he does get 1 villager kill, though. Oh, no! Wait, whoa. Sorry, I was just finishing my oatmeal. Uh-oh! That's awkward. Scout goes down here. Vil is under some amount of threat. As is that one. The militia Men-at-Arm going to try and block there. So far, micro from Mihai is very good, but this is pretty awkward. And yet all the Men-at-Arms run into the TC. No! Got stable and archery range follow-up here from Mihai, and honestly, the house is going to go down. There isn't anyone left here to repair. Uh-oh. And now Mihai going to be taking the KD advantage. It's 10 army to 2. Mihai also doing his best running into the TC impression. AD overall even, but Mihai is the one whose eco has actually been disrupted less, even though he did lose a villager. Was it an impression? No, it's just called running your units into the TC. Yeah, Armenians not having any mule cart upgrades is very disappointing. But now Mihai just following it up with even more pressure. He's just already at Scout plus Archer, guys. Archers have fletching. Gonna be looping around here to the back. There is a defensive watchtower on its way, but it's still gonna be a very precarious thing to try and defend here as Hope at this point. He added one more men. I guess he could try and go for long swordsman, but there are already so many archers on the field. Actually good. It's honestly better not in Empire Wars, even though it's an Empire Wars map. Remember when this was in the last Red Bull, on the ladder qualifier, everyone favorited this map and went Incas just to go for all-in skirmishers every single game? Because it was the most efficient way to climb the ladder.
Flying in.
Never doubt the Bulgarians. Alright, Blacksmith coming in at the back here for Hope, but still no eco upgrade. I mean, his entire economy has just been so heavily disrupted. Well, yeah, it feels like you're just peppering the front of your opponent's base. More archers coming in. Is this double range? Nope, just the one. I mean, what are all these men-at-arms going to do? They have no upgrades other than men-at-arm itself. It's not really the scariest. Ten archers as Bulgarians? That's fine. You're not clicking up to Castle Age anytime soon. Even getting wheelbarrow at this point. Oh, it's just one men-at-arm attacking at the back. This tower I don't really get. Why wouldn't the tower be more forward? And now Hope is going to try and launch a counterattack. Oh man, these villas still feel exposed. There's the first vill going down of Hope's. And I am just not as convinced that the men-at-arms are going to be as good at raiding as archers and scouts are. There is another dead vill. I mean, yeah, this is awkward for Mihai, but it shouldn't be the end of the world, especially with wheelbarrow in. He's going to be better able to escape with his villagers. And yet, it's still going to be 3 additional villagers killed on each side. This tower is certainly very annoying. And there's long swordsmen. Oh, wait, these villagers are in a rough spot. Oh, man, this game is getting real messy real quick. That said, this fight's happening before the long swordsman upgrade is in. And the men-at-arms are attacking uphill and the scouts are coming in. This is like the worst possible time to fight, dude. Oh, my goodness. Like, literally the worst possible time to fight. What the heck? Oh, easy mop-up on aisle 7. Oh my goodness gracious. So what happened to all the food here for blue? I guess he just invested it into long swordsman itself, but yeah. That is probably a GG fight right there. As Mihai able to better transition to that Scout plus Archer army, it is just the strongest feudal age army for a reason. There we go. Castle Age on its way. And if GG isn't called before then, I imagine it will at the age up moment. Hope so far away from Castle Age. One might even say he has no hope of aging up. Bulgarians never lose. They never lose. They're just always all tight and anxious. Second tower even in there, but this just doesn't help when your opponent's gonna be an age ahead of you. What, you think I'm only gonna have one hope pun? Come on, Dobby, you need to know better than that by now. Drink a beer. Don't know if a beer is gonna be enough. I also don't know what beer they drink in Vietnam. Because there's Tsingtao in China and Singha in Thailand. Oh, Saigon, duh! Duh. Like, there's like what a big international Vietnamese beer brand that I'm not thinking of. Und there's the GG. Mihai, a dominant game number 1 performance. I mean, I do heavily favor him in this set in general. But, yeah, look, that 12% more efficient in eco. That is extremely significant. Ahead in food collected, and after the Men-at-Arms, he just developed a much better army composition, doubled the text research, and honestly great usage of Bulgarians. Goes to show Bulgarians aren't a bad civ, they're just outclassed by other civs. And now we're going to be going to Acclivity. Acclivati. Doubt win map. I feel like that's probably one of the most famous tournament results and finals of all time. Even though I actually didn't see it, I'd have never seen that finals. Ornlu stretch. Because I hate AU2. Yeah, that checks out. All right, guys, here we are. Game number 2 in this best of 3. One game away from the semifinals. It will be Mihai in the yellow as the Gajarans to the north of the map. Acclivity into the east in the blue. Le Bleu. It will be Hope as the Teutons. Of yesterday set so much difference. Yep. So, 2 civs that are very fun to play against, that's for sure. Is it actually time where Teutons will have to do something other than scouts into step lancers and trash units?
Namaste.
HCA, but then that feels like it's still going to be a little bit awkward against the Gajarans. Honestly, guys, I've done it before. Longswordsman push with iron casting. And backed off with the strong food eco of Teutons. It's not bad. It's much less bad than you might think. Mix in Fire Lancers, of course, is needed. But Gajarans really don't like dealing with infantry until they can get to Chakrams. And Teutons are nominally a cavalry and actually they're even an infantry and cav civ, even more than cav. They're an infantry civ for sure. Absolutely. Liao Dao rush. Nah, I don't think you can get to Liao Dao. So, as far as the acclivity maps goes, this is a very open one for Mihai. A bit of an awkward set of wood lines for him. We have seen the feudal Campbells be very successful so far. Yeah, both players actually have fairly open maps for acclivity. Guess kind of try and wall layer at the front. Agya? Tamari Shiva Mahaja. Oh. On a Chaos Pit 4v4 But you don't have any gold to collect. Unless the latter version of Chaos Pit has gold on it, but I don't think it does. No, wait, 4 on wood actually very early on for Mihai. That's a lot. Alright, another board coming in. Market, I guess, with market usage. Yeah, the Camel Scouts are really, really strong. Eric's coming in for Mihai. Is this going to be for a meta-arm rush? Ah, yes, that controversy I had almost forgotten. Alright, Loom coming in for both players. And there's Feudal Age. It's kind of weird for Gajarans to open men-at-arms in a lot of cases, but they do have a strong early game. So yeah, there are weirder things you can do than Gajara men-at-arms. That is obviously the plan here for Mihai. Since then, set maps within a series, yeah, they basically disappeared. Personally, I think it would be cool if something like TTL had set maps every week. So that you just rotate through the entire map pool better, so it wasn't just players picking the same exact maps over and over again. Because what happens with the current map pick system is that you have some maps that are picked almost every series and some maps that are never played. Unfair to certain players. I guess like if you have a really important matchup and it's a map that you're not as comfortable on. I don't know. Alright, Militia coming forward. Hope is going to try and open with the Scouts. Abel coming in. Men-at-Arms and Bit-Axe for both sides. Archery range follow-up here as well. So very aggressive opening for Mihai. And he is actually going to be releasing the pigs. Land Madness? I mean, I guess, but you should be a well-rounded AoE player, right? Alright. Oh, no! Oh, no. Oh, dear. Oh, my goodness gracious mercy me! Rip. Well, that's a Deadville already. Because of the HE4 controversy and moving to Facebook. Well, I think it's like also a matter of him like coming back after the hiatus and people wanting the tournament for so long. But I don't blame T90 for not wanting to host another Hidden Cup. It's a lot of pressure from both the community and I'm sure on himself. Also, I felt like the last Hidden Cup just wasn't quite as fun. No, I think, if anything, the Facebook stuff affected it much more than the home map thing. Most people don't even remember that. Anyway, scouts are coming in, and that is going to be one bit of counterattack damage done already. Make that 2 villager kills. That said, this Spearman does get 2 pokes in. Make that 3. Spearman already doing so much work right there. That said, Shorty's getting low. Wasn't ideal. I think that it's also that... I don't know. It just felt like this go-around, it was pretty clear who was who. Run a good show? Exactly. Unfortunately, Hidden Cup is kind of in this weird spot where it's a gimmick tournament that is supposed to just be a fun thing, but because it was so popular, there's like an enormous amount of pressure for it to be, you know, super high prize pool, high competitive integrity and all that stuff. It's just a little bit awkward. Anyway, another build goes down right there. Fletching is in on the archers. Personally, that obviously we have no idea. A little hidden couplet. A hidden couplet. I love it. Because Hidden Cup is fun, and yeah, it's a tournament that I think is at its best when it leans into the fact that it's just kind of fun. Yeah, there's... I think that part of it's also that the density of tournaments is so high these days that you just see these players constantly. Alright, Scout coming back, but no Blacksmith in yet, and Mihai is continuing this pressure. The Camel Scout is still nearly at full HP. And Mihai ahead by 500 resources right now. He's just done so much damage with this pressure. Oh, look at this, guys. The Gajara player is the one who's taking down the enemy mill. Oh, the irony! The irony. Cross was way before Hidden Cup. Cross existed in the long, long ago time. Destiny has come full circle. Yeah, it was the semifinals. Camel Sibs, get it? Can you imagine Saracens with Camel Scouts with that extra 25% HP? That'd be brutal. And speaking of which, there is another Camel Scout coming in. Well, it was mostly just a matter of the games that they actually ended up winning. Like, the rule could have just as easily benefited Viper as it did Hera. It was just a matter of just the specific games that they won. That time? Yeah, it's, Cross is an old school map. It was just sort of an unfortunate scenario where you had this rule set up and things just unfolded in a way that wasn't great for it. Yeah, it was basically just kind of happenstance that it especially benefited Hera. I mean, this is a lot of scouts, guys. Teton scouts train very fast. But you need to start taking a real good fight here. I mean, these camel scouts should be way too good to stop, though, with just scout cavalry, right? The archer's here to help out, too. Mihai taking, I would imagine, at least some very efficient fights. Okay, Market coming in here as another bit of walling. And Hope isn't too far away from Castle Age in terms of food, but he's got no gold. He actually needs this market just to not die. I mean, it was also, like, I forget exactly what the case was, but, like, certain maps favored Hera versus Viper, and Hera just got to play more of his. Yes, Cross, Kawasan, Lad Madness have all been played way too many times. Kawasan is the only one that's actually a newer map. It was a Red Bull map. Cross and Lad Madness have been around since the Neolithic period. Winning with an unnecessary caveat? Yeah, people, I mean, the fanboys, of course, making everything worse as always. Well, Mihai's actually not even thinking about Castle Age. He's spending all of his resources on more army. Yeah, losing the camels to the TC is pretty not good. Got to choose again? Yep, that was the rule. It just was really unfortunate how it panned out. Number one of that I think was the very brief window when we had like 4 or 5 players that could all win tournaments, and it was very exciting. It was the transitionary period, I think. Alright, so getting closer to Castle Age. You have one stable here at the back, you can make another one, and those Steppe Lancers are likely going to be your main game plan. Of course, Camel Scouts are still as expensive as regular camels, and that's going to delay your Castle Age a lot. Astra's getting sniped off there. Turns before that. Yeah, like I said, it was kind of in this the small time frame we had between the Viper era and the Hera era. Alright, Mihai's up as well. And he's already just going to be producing so many camels, which is why I think that going for like such a heavy cavalry approach is kind of awkward against Gajarans. Why need to go for the longswords, man? Alright, Lycav coming in. Husbandry as well. I'm just not too sure how good of a fight you can possibly take here. Hera, era, Hera, era, Hera, era. There we go. That one's actually less hard than it sounds. Didn't. It was the end. Alright. Here we go. Really awkward engagement, though, for Mihai. His camels were just kind of derping around. That wasn't pathfinding. That was just him misclicking, I think. And that is an absolute mop-up on aisle 7. $20 times? No, I can't do that. Alright, well, still 18 seconds till Castle Age. Five more S-tier turn. Yeah, like I said, they were still in flux. Alright, Chain Barding Armor and Husbandry both on the way, and of course now all of those Camel Scouts are just Camel Riders! Okay, so you have some vills over there to the far north of the map that are very exposed. It's just, it feels like Mihai's in a situation where all he needs to do is just spam camels and he'll just beat his opponent's army.
Namaste.
And it feels like you're just setting yourself up to lose if you're doing that as Teutons. You'd really just have to catch your opponent out of position, which is something he's doing right now. Quite well, by the way. And camels aren't very good at raiding. So, I mean, that was pretty good here for Hope. Still making more Step Lancers, although his food income has been heavily diminished. Claim that title? That is true. Yes, in the long, long ago times. Does the Teuton camel extra attack? Or anti-bonus damage? It does. It actually even more than compensates for it because it's 2 more attack that you're getting for the camels. So that it like cancels out, but you have bloodlines as Gajarans. No water? Oh, jeez. Well, again, monks are getting some decent conversions, but, I mean, Gajara camels are really, really good. Well, that like cav is doing work. So yeah, it won. Wait, there are 18 S-tier tournaments. That's wild. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like that was the era of relative parity at the top, and then Hera won everything. And hello, Bannister. I mean, yes, Hope is ahead in villagers, although Mihai still has had a more efficient eco this whole time. Resources destroyed, definitely in favor of Mihai. Bonus. So, the hill damage comes in at the very end of the calculation. So it's like after all of those things are applied, all of the different damages to the different armor classes, then that's when the hill bonus happens. Hera win every S-tier tournament for the foreseeable future. Until something radically changes in the AoE scene, he's going to win everything. S-tier DM tournaments? Oh, yeah. Alright, some more raids coming here at the back of Hope's base, and yeah, I know camels aren't the best raiding unit, but still, they'll kill Vils fast enough. Would Jurchin... You mean Step Lancers or Fire Lancers? The Fire Lancers would do quite well. The Step Lancers would do quite poorly. Harrogate and Sudden Disaster? I'd still favor him to win it, although it's certainly no guarantee. That's a much smaller tier tournament. Remember, S-tier tournaments, generally speaking, all have very similar settings that Hera is very, very good at. Now, Hera will be very good at any setting he really puts his mind and effort to trying to train, but as things stand, the current S-tier tournament ecosystem is very Hera favored. I'll take a fight against the counter into the hill. Yes! It's not like it negates 25% of the base attack, 25% of the bonus damage, etc. It's just 25% flat, but that's just 25% less damage that you'll take. I mean, yeah, again, Hera doesn't win A-tier tournaments. It's his thing. He only wins the major tournaments. Made a bit fresher, they'd have to look more like the A-tier tournament settings. Like Sudden Disaster. But no one's going to want to do that because the S-tier tournament hosts are very conservative with their settings because of all the money and prestige that's on the line. Yeah, Hera only plays in tournaments he likes. In all games anyway. Yeah, exactly. Like, Hera's favored in literally any tournament he goes into. Even if he doesn't actually win them. I'm not sold on this at all, guys. Oh my goodness, it's like a knife through butter. Why are you only making cavalry units against camels? Two and a half. Yeah, it's wild. Which again, it is a marked difference between the era of Hera dominance and the era of Viper dominance. Which is like, Viper won literally everything he played in. It was basically a foregone conclusion. Hera decisively wins every S-tier tournament he plays in, but he still doesn't win any of his A-tier tournaments. Squires? Well, I guess now he's going to try switching into pikemen, but this feels like it might be a little too late. Again, enormous lead in resources destroyed. That he did. Tamari Shiva Mahaja. Oh. Prabhu Name. Anyway, Finbib, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome to the Wolf Pack, and enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu, Wolf and Friends. Thank you, thank you, thank you. An algorithm said who everyone was? Wait, really? I didn't even know that. All right, here we go, guys. It's castle time. Oh boy, here we go. What do you know? Camels are good against cavalry units, and when there's like 3 infantry units, then it doesn't really help you out that much. I was honestly hoping for something a bit different there from Hope. Bit unfortunate. Does anybody really go full try hard in ladder games at the top level? I don't think anyone does. If anything, Hera probably comes the closest to it, but he still is playing random civs, and he's still, you know, letting chat pick civs for him. Does better next game? Well, there is no next game, because he's a dunzos. Alright, Classic Pro versus Kingstone is next. Doing type prep? Hera is exceptional at prep, in fact. Any more S-tier tournaments? Not for the time being. I'm trying to get a job right now, and I don't feel like I would, I'm nervous that if I get, like, interviewed for a job and I'm bogged down by having to do an S-tier tournament, or, like, even a big A-tier tournament. But I'm also not someone who just loves hosting tournaments. Yeah, Hera definitely can be a little floofy in group stages, but I mean, I don't know a single playoff set he's lost in ages because he's won every tournament. Guest caster? I don't know if I'm the perfect guest caster. I don't know if I'm the perfect caster in any mind. I know, RMS Cup was a lot of fun, but that one got denied anyway from Nilly for not being unique enough. Which is fair, it's not like it's that unique of a tournament. Losing? That was at the Garrison, right? I want to say. Oh, yeah, drafts. Oh, they don't have the drafts up yet. Definitely unique. I'm something. As well, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, both Tato and Yo really pushed Terra there. On a hill? I mean, again, you could do that in a smaller tournament, but no one's going to do that in a big tournament. An AC4, yep. But Warlords, he looked like he was locked right back in. But honestly, it's just mind-boggling to me how many people will watch Hera just spam ladder. Like, Hera currently represents, what, 2/3 of all AoE viewership? And it's just him playing ladder. Next set won't likely be starting for 30, 40 minutes. Meh. Viper? Yeah, but usually it was Viper when there wasn't anything else going on. Not surprising, yeah. Mostly Hera viewership. Well, that's kind of where AoE's at these days. Alright, so 30 to 40 minutes. What to do? Wait, why is the spec dashboard freaking out? Dodgeball tourney for subs? That sounds like a lot of effort. I don't know if you have enough time for a community game. 30 to 40 minutes is not that much time. About fun instead of performance? Never. Grid, that's too much time. Dodgeball FFA. Monetization? Oh yeah, the actual money that's in Age of Empires is way higher than back then. Alright, screw it, we'll do dodgeball. TTF? I think TTF would probably take a little too long. Alright. Dodgeball time. Oh, it was absolutely a fluke for everybody. Bro, they never escape. Mongols? Are you supposed to pick Mongols? I have no idea. Alright. Yeah, it's a little weird. In the join link? Sounds like effort. I don't know how many other people would actually be interested. We'll give it another couple minutes, then we'll just give it a go. We'll give it the old college try. We got a Fodler too. More of a try. I did. Alright. Screw it. It's Mongoling time. Oh, I shouldn't have Capture Edge open. No, I really don't care. Alright, hold on. Alright, so I have no idea how this is gonna work. So, we have drill but no siege engineers. in the last Romans? Any tips? Haven't I? I don't know how anyone ever actually takes a hit. Oh, we only have 1 HP. Oh, okay. You only need to get close then. Oh, he crossed the line. Oh, what are you doing, homie? What are you doing? Oh, rip. Yeah, I mean, I have video on it. Emo. Oh, looks like Boom died. Archibus would be useful, but I still feel like we'd probably struggle. Oh! Got caught up. Oh, rip Fodler. How do you win, by the way? Does anyone know? Does this go on forever? I have no idea. Okay, the indicator. Ha! What? On each other player? Ah. Oh, yeah, maybe. So we got some palisades there. Oh, rip. Yeah, there's something happening with the palisades. Ah. One red and one green. Okay. Guys, why am I such a big noob? Oh, I thought that would have gotten him. Got him. Got him. Oh, we're unstoppable! I'm a bombard cannon god! Ah, rip. You wanna hug me, bro? You wanna hug me, Dobby? Where's Fodler, man? Where did Fodler go? Man, I miss the old haystacks. These new haystacks are just so lame for custom scenarios. Fodler. What? Oh, who won? Dolby! Dolby got Master a sock! How did you win? Yeah, I had the most kills, what? I guess Dobby had the correct kills or something. Score was the Palisades? Each person 3 times? Huh. Interesting. How's it? Ah, okay. So I was 1 Fodler kill away. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, Boom killed Folder enough times. Yeah, Folder was 1 kill away of Dobby, and I was 1 kill away of Folder. Ah. Honestly, that's pretty fun. That was pretty fun, not gonna lie. You know what? That didn't take long. Screw it. We'll do TTF. It's Ballin, son of Fundin, Lord of Moria. Wait. Okay, I think I just open it. right, who wants to play TTF racing? Burgundy, I have no idea. There were 4 AIs. I thought I played TTF racing in DE. Oh, I mean, there's not many people who are playing Tavi. If you want to play, you can play. I think there are 6 spots available for it. Teal and pink? Oh, yeah, good idea. Yeah, you need player 7 and player 8. I don't know. I think it's up to 6 people. Oh, we got another! What even is this? You go fast! Gotta go fast! Yeah. Mirandos? Who cares? Is just the Roman commander in real life? I'm afraid I do not know. Rip? What's Rip? Oh my goodness. Alright, you'll be racing your scouts. Charge! Get over, I don't know. I think we're good. Easy! Easy, easy, easy! I think Dobby went in the wrong direction. Randomized? I think so. Oh, jeez. I'm so bad at this one. Dit vier. No, I got pushed in. Oh no. Wow. I got freaking shoved in, man. Uh-huh. No, you don't have random map scripts for custom scenarios. Oh yeah, this one is so rip. How is purple attacking us? Oh, we're screwed. We're so screwed. Oh, no. Keep throwing? I'm not throwing. I'm just bad. There's a difference. It isn't impossible. I have done it before. Oh, no! Yeah, we're screwed. You know, I never claimed to be any good at this. Just saying. I was a Scorpio, would have won already. Oh, rip. Wait, what happened? Oh, maybe that's how it's bugged. See if this matters. It seems like it was an AI issue, that they had just the standard AI. I never really understood this one. Relics all look exactly the same. Wait, why does Folder have two monks? What the heck is happening? You get a new monk? Intentional? Oh, maybe this is broken. Rip. Oh, Black Relic. Ah. Oh. Gotta weave. Go away. What? Oh my goodness. How do I not have enough room? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. I did get second. I should have gotten first though. Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. This is so annoying. No, I was spamming Q to drop the relic. It's hard when you have no line of sight. I feel like... I think we're supposed to have LOS. Because this feels... Yeah, that's what I thought. Maybe it's supposed to be all visible, and I screwed up. Also, Classic Pro versus Kingstone started, so I need to cast. Rip. Unfortunate. Yeah, I think the map is supposed to be on all visible. That's on me. But they started 13 minutes ago! No one told me! Oh my goodness. Why am I not joining the game? A few minutes ago while I was focused. Oh my goodness. Guys, why am I not joining the game? Let's try for multiplayer. Yes, that worked. Oh yeah, Kingstone joined Onimaru. Alright guys, we are back to the Midweek Madness! Let's get ready to rumble! Alright, so Classic Pro is going to be in the yellow as the Gregorians to the north, and to the south in the cyan as the Tamari Shiva Mahajasiv. It will be Kingstone. Well, there was drushing happening from Classic Pro. Still seems like a good idea to go after Gajarans early. Alright, men-at-armsing. It's skirming time. Clearly, Classic Pro is recognizing that the best unit's the skirmisher. Honestly, though, Kingstone with some really nice fights there with the scouts. Castle Age is on the way here for both players, similar times. Classic Pro is well ahead in terms of resources, but he's lost a lot of units. Crossbow and Bodkin coming in, and it looks like we have arrived around real time. But that forward villager that was being attempted by Kingstone is getting sniperinoed. Fortified church coming up at the back. But they're both sticking out the 1 TC for now. University there. Tamari Shiva Mahaja. The monk race. So if you had to click on it, on the relics, and the ones that were the piece of the true cross were fakes. I didn't remember that though at first either. Virasapjane. Well, now it's all about the crossbow micro.
Get your arse.
I got Wheelbarrow, I guess, just now coming in. I mean, Kingstone's really trying to go aggressive here, and he has a big army lead. But this is still going to be quite tricky. Ballistics is also on the way right now for Classic Pro. A hotkey to drop relics? Oh, I was spamming that. I think mine just defaults at Q, and I never bothered changing it. Alright, first Siege Workshop is in, and that could possibly just be for an Armored Elephant, honestly. Another couple kills right there, rather than the first couple kills. But Ballistics is now in. Yeah, the issue was the lack of space, not the... Oh, you can hotkey everything. The fact that Folder had, like, a bunch of monks. But yeah, the sheep one was impossible. Up. Now it's all about the dancing. You can dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind. Cause your friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, well, they're no friends of mine. Anyway, good micro here from Classic Pro.
Namaste.
Kingstone actually is just now coming in with his first Mangonel, which does feel a little on the late side. But that Knight counterattack is also not doing a whole lot, but the eco for Classic Pro is so much freaking better, man. He's coming in with TCs 2 and 3. Dancing Queen? I don't know that song. Like, I've heard the name, but I don't think I know that song. Unless you're talking about the Girls' Generation song, which I don't think you are. Georgian eco sure is something. Also, having better eco upgrades is quite helpful, and Kingstone still takes a good fight. And Classic Pro just taps out! What? Okay, guess Kingstone takes game number 1. That didn't feel over. I mean, it wasn't good. But you can hang in there with monks and fortified churches and all that. Okay, that was a bit odd. But guess he thought, okay, I lost my entire army. I mean, it was bad, don't get me wrong. Oh, game number 1 going to Kingstone. Civ loss? Oh yeah, for sure. Back to TTF. We will see. All right, that was the Georgians triumphing over the Georgians. The Gajarans over the Georgians. Oh my goodness. This is what happens when you have G-Civs that are not Goths. My mind just can't keep up with it. All right, it is the Shrek map next.
'Cause now you're gonna get out of my swamp.
Alrighty, guys. We are now going to go to the Get Out of Me Swamp map. It'll feature Classic Pro in the yellow as the Dravidians. Tournament life on the line, remember. But he'll be to the west and to the east in the cyan as the Armenians. It will be Funky Kingstone. Alright, so 2 water civs. I actually really like Golden Swamp. I think it's one of the better new maps that was added to the game. I feel like you actually have a fair amount of diversity on it. Still, water civs are going to be the best, and of course Dravidians and Armenians fall into that category. So let's see what the plan is. I don't think we necessarily can favor one too much over the other. If it's a fire ship fight, then I think I like Dravidians more since they have more upfront bonuses, but Armenians are better in the galley war. On the land armies, I like Dravidians more, but I also like Armenians maybe more for locking down a specific location, aka the middle with the better monks. So, I mean, it's a perfectly fine matchup. Daron ting takabor. Alright, so just gotten some bills on wood. Can we see Aqua Arena? I don't know, maybe. So, Doc coming in. Faster actually than for Classic Pro, who seems to have prioritized villagers on food a little bit more. Just pushing in the Ibex. The famous Ibex of the swamps. I don't think Ibex live in swamps. Rhino coming in. Now, as far as potential strategy... Oh, whoa. Okay, the dock at least goes up. Getting the dock denied is close to game losing. But still, losing that early vill is, yikes. Unpin the message? Oh, well, you mean Folder can unpin the message. Unpin the message. Fishing ship is also out faster for Kingstone, so a very nice start for him. I wonder if joining Onimaru is also giving Kingstone some extra incentive to practice more. Because Kingstone's always been kind of the guy who was kind of up and coming at the same time as Sebastian and Mihai, but Sebastian and Mihai were... They went to much higher heights than Kingstone ever did. But I wonder if that'll be different now that he's on Onimaru. Obviously, I don't know how much time he's invested into the game relative to those other players. Been to 2 lands. And Mihai none. And yet, Mihai still feels like he has the higher tournament pedigree, right? Like, that sounds right. Maybe I'm wrong. But that does sound right. Anyway, feudal age on the way here for Kingstone. Classic Pro not going to be too far behind. So losing the villager, although not great, isn't going to kill him dead. Qualify? I guess. It feels like Kingstone just gets bopped sometimes. Anyway, Doc coming in now. Really good? Yeah, I think that's fair, Bronson. Anyway, nice hits there with the villager. It will be 2 docks here for Kingstone. And considering the docks are both here kind of towards the back, I would imagine it's going to be for the galleys. Meanwhile, Classic Pro going to be going with a different approach entirely. He's going to be opening men-at-arms.
Wait, did I never get my coffee? Hold up.
Hold up. Hold the phone. I forgot to get my coffee. Oh my goodness. All right, coffee was saved. Man, you really are scraping the bottom of the barrel for casters here. Oh, hey, look, Yellow was able to lose 2 vills. Those were just the fishing chips, I think. Much more often interesting. Alright. They're now going to be applying pressure to the back of Kingstone's base, but obviously Classic Pro needs to get a lot done here. Except Mihai doesn't have double mid-axe. Tournament elo. I mean, again, that feels right, you know? I guess the tournaments that Kingstone was able to get deep in were lands. And I think that part of it is... I think some of us, including me, weight lands higher than online events, just sort of intrinsically. Playing this game? Yeah, I know that. Do you know that? Mihai was playing earlier. Anyway, galleys are gonna help do some work here. DBA, yeah, but like, I meant Classic Pro. I feel like that's the more relevant factor. Alright, DBA is in now. Repairs are coming in on the low HP Fire Galley. And once again, Classic Pro saves a very damaged unit. Yinnakattari. Nine vills on forage bushes, so really all you've got for food right now, but Kingstone not really in much of a better situation, although he lost his fishing ships as well. Alright, so despite being behind in villagers at the start, Classic Pro now ahead in that regard. Great pressure from him. Fletching is coming in now for Kingstone, however. That will at least even things up, but then you'll have to feel the wrath of the Dravidian skirmisher. Desterin Dagavor. So, Fire Galley's now going to be coming back out here from Classic Pro, and he's honestly done a very good job of balancing the fight on the land and on the water. Hi. Classic Pro! Starting with the infantry, at least staying alive enough on water and then switching back into the Fire Galleys. Very, very well done so far. And right now, that villager is getting burninated a little bit. Yet she survives, and Kingstone still with a slightly better KD. That said, the food collected and the food gathered right now for Classic Pro is a lot better. And again, this eco difference is really ratcheting up. Look at this. Look at it! And that is especially an advantage in food collected. Classic Pro catching back up in the kills right there. Mihai is really getting cooked, guys. I don't think he'll stand much of a chance in this series. I would be shocked if Mihai won a single game in this series. That feels a little bit stuck. You can't garrison through all those palisades, so she's likely going to go down, so that's a nice snipe from Kingstone. What? You couldn't even run away at that point. She's stuck in the corner. Guess he was worried about these units at the front of his base. But this isn't a super immediate threat. I know we all had high hopes for Mihai in the set, guys, but I think we need to be realistic. Alright, Castle Age is on the way now for Kingstone, and for Classic... Oh my god, have I just forgotten how to cast? Classic Pro's on the way to Castle Age. A forward siege workshop from his forward villager would be huge. 4 galley if he really wants to fight back on water. He has a lot of very strong options at this point, and at least some of it will be invested into those fire galleys. Just now picking up horse collars, only made 5 farms, that's not too bad. Casting, I know, man. It's frustrating. As derpy as I am, I do try and at least cast well for you guys. And I do watch back my own casting as much as I hate it, to look at things that I could improve upon. Anyway, market coming in now for Kingstone. Longswords? I mean, I think that would objectively be the best choice. enemy predator missile incoming. All day would be a good step. I know, man. This is what happens when I don't have my coffee at the start of the stream, and instead I have it towards the end of the stream. Alright, War Galley, Bosaw, both coming in, and I feel like a Siege Workshop could be another choice in the near future. Kingstone not giving up yet. Deflector skirms? Raise the deflector skirms! Okay, so not going to go too aggressive here as Classic Pro. Just going to add that TC. Going to continue to get further ahead. Stable coming in here at the back for Kingstone. I mean, the villager counts are even, but Classic Pro ahead by 1,000 resources at the moment. Feels like a pretty huge wall to overcome. Also, a random elephant archer's on its way. Also, very little stone is available for Kingstone at the moment. Not living up to his name. He's gonna try and come in here with another dock. The Zominator with the 8 months. Thank you so much, the Zominator. Welcome back to the Wolfpack. Appreciate the support. Eco upgrades are also a lot better now for Classic Pro, though. He's on the 2 TCs to 1. He still actually even has 3 fishing ships working, which is really nice. And great job fighting back on the water while also applying pressure on the land. Some stone walls are being attempted there. And that can buy time, but it's like, buy time into what? Also, I played a game of Arena the other day where I played as Dravidians. They're really bad, like, early game Arena, or, like, mid-game Arena, but they're a pretty solid, like, late game civ. I went skirms and halbs and elephant archers. Oh, man. And I also went bombard towers. Yeah, the alley archers really go burr. Hello, obsidian arrows. And honestly, late game Dravidians can deal with Burgundians. Oh no! Elephant archer SO? Yeah. I mean, Dravidians are a slow plotting civ, but they have some very strong units. Hourcraft with the 4 months. Thank you so much, Hourcraft. Thanks all the subs and resubs and whatnot. Appreciate it. But guys, Kingstone's fighting his way back here. He's at least not dead on the water, but he's still only on the 1 TC, which is really the concerning thing. Wood Steel is fun. Dravidians have a lot of fun units. Indians were at various points the worst civ in the AoE 2 and the best civ in AoE 2, and like every point in between. But my very first video, my Excel spreadsheet 1v1 Arabia tier list, because back then tier maker didn't exist, so I literally made it in Excel. Oh, worry, we know you're not racist. Spread the shit builds. I think I deleted most of my early videos because they were so awful. Insane. He's going insane! All right, second TC is being attempted for Kingstone. So credit to Kingstone for trying to fight his way back here. The scores are actually still quite close. I'm just getting really concerned about this growing economic differential. Certain situations? Wow, have you tried being OP in certain situations? I feel like that might help. But yeah, my very first tier list had Indians as the #1 civ, and then one of my IRL friends who's Indian, well, Indian American, like, glad to see my people doing on up at the top. I mean, now that Dravidians have husbandry, man, they can just go light cab and it's not even that bad. Alright, careening coming into. Classic Pro never giving up here on the water this entire game, which I love. But before, yep. Except, like most insert other country Americans, he's not very Indian. A Theosadai game? You know what, guys? Armenians don't have fast fire ship, so honestly, Theosadai do exist at their best when they're not dealing with fast fire ships. Yeah, I don't hate it. No. Like, he's first generation. His parents are from Mumbai. But he doesn't speak any Hindi or anything like that. He's not religious. Decent demo hits there for Kingstone, guys. He has double the army right now. Classic Pro's trying to make a play for the middle here. There's a random knight, but it's not likely going to be able to do all that much. More fights incoming. No +2 attack for the War Galleys against the careening is a really tough combo. Native American? Indian versus Native American is a very contentious and fraught topic. Personally, I would say American Indian or Amerindian instead of just Indian because I just find that confusing. Fully upgraded champions for both? I think... Don't the Armenian champions win 1v1 versus every other champion? Including Japanese? It's, like, insane. Late game. Annoying after going to the US? I don't know. My friend really likes Halo. That's pretty annoying. Yeah. I haven't done the champion test in a really long time, though. The song, the game. Oh. Well, that's a big splat there. And again, credit to Kingstone for really trying to fight his way back here. I think he's still way too far gone. As Classic Pro is almost to Imp. He does have control of the middle of the map. But Kingstone's trying to pick up relics. He's trying to fight back on all fronts. Sloppy. Vilisa, basically, you know... Okay, here's what happened. You had... Dark move into a new neighborhood. And then he was like, gonna be nice to his neighbor by bringing him over some cookies. And Dark went to Villisa's door and was like, hey, Villisa, here's some cookies. And then Villisa took the plate of cookies and then smashed it over Dark's head. And then kicked him down the stairs. That's basically what happened. It was, Vilisa was like, nothing else in the game matters except for my enemy TC. Just all head-on, apply directly to the forehead pressure. It was pretty crazy. I think he probably made like 40 Bang & Ls that series. That's only a slight exaggeration. I mean, Imp is in. Fast Fire Ship and Galleon both are on the way. Stone walls are being attempted from Kingstone. Yeah, seriously, that's a good indicator of who was the aggressor if we just don't look at somebody's base the entire game. I think it's something we've seen before, even if I'm not the biggest fan of it, but if you're going into Teutons and trying to play against the Tower Rush, that's not necessarily bad. Honestly, not that bad for Kingstone. I mean, it's an odd game to call right now, because on the one hand, Kingstone is doing all of the correct things to get him back in the game, but I just don't really see Classic Pro making too many mistakes himself, and I think it's way too far gone for that. I mean, the score certainly tells the story here. Classic Pro can add in another castle somewhere if he wishes. He's actually going to further secure the middle of the map. And sure, Kingstone might try and switch into Swordsman, but he's not going to have that much gold left he can gather anyway, especially if this gets denied. Castle Foundation, that's a tale as old as time. I mean, it'd be a huge switch to go over into the mighty ferrets. Gursadai, they're very good against Galleons. That's their whole thing, and they're very population efficient. They give you a lot of stats. Oh, someone mentioned Dravidian hand cannons never seeing play earlier. Well, here is the time. It's Dravidian hand cannoneering, and as soon as the first Dravidian hand cannon comes out, Kingstone knows it's all over. Anyway, Classic Pro ties up the series. Very good game. He got that early lead. He stayed ahead. He made sure he never, ever gave back water, no matter how hard Kingstone was trying. Yeah, Dravidians have hand cannons. Le Cannon do hand. Alright, so that was Classic Pro's #1 home map. Well, his #1 and last home map. That is the Armenians losing to the Dravidians, which means that Fortified Clearing will be the last game, and it will almost certainly be the Bengalis versus the Burgundians. Probably. Boot Steel Scouts. Never let your memes be dreams. I also like that pop efficiency is a thing in AoE 2. It feels like every other RTS game has everything costing different amounts of population. But AoE, it's just everything is 1. Except for, like, you know, a few exceptions where it's less than 1. But nothing is ever more than 1 population except for the Fedoria, which I don't like anyway. Oh, wow, they already started. 10 seconds, and we will be getting here into game number 3. The winner will move on to the semifinals, and the loser will be moving on to their sofa to watch TV in the evening. Weird uses of bonuses? You can always try and play for some fun stuff in AoE 2. Go for a walk. Who knows? Who moves on to I don't think there is a next week edition. I think they were only doing 3 weeks to start, and then they're going to plan to do some more after, just to see how it would go. All right, guys, we are here on Fortified Clearing. We will have Kingstone in the blue as the Burgundians to the west. This is his home map. And to the east in the yellow as the Bengalis. It will be Classic Pro 2 top tier civilizations on closed maps. Both have fantastic ecos. They have flexible enough overall plays. They forgot to add more wood. Oh, that's awkward. Yeah, this is in the... They added it in the last patch. Added it to the regular map pool in AoE. Is a single tile of step. Oh, what happens, guys, is that in the map script, there's like a cutoff as to like, okay, within a certain radius of the TC, add stone walls around. and then have it stop once it's, you know, however close to the edge of the map. You can even see how this generates with the grass terrain. You can see this perfect square. It's just how the map scripting thing works. So it just so happened that the stone walls just got completely cut off there. But you see that on a lot of modern map scripts. All right, DBA coming in at 11 pop for Kingstone. Very nicely done. That is basically the perfect time to get it if you're having a 3-vil start. No, oh, you know, guys. I mean, I'm basically T-West, right? I mean, people get T-West and I mixed up all the time, so our equal knowledge of AoE2 map scripting is definitely one of the ways that people can easily confuse us. Alright, so obviously nothing too crazy so far. We do see tower rushing sometimes on this map, but Bengalis and Burgundians are two civs that just kind of want to kick back and enjoy their economies as much as possible. I do think that if this game goes late, there's going to be that dynamic where you have the Burgundian bombards, which are kind of tough for Bengalis to deal with because the Burgundian bombards actually one-shot the Bengali monks. On the other hand, I think it's going to be tough to deal with a lot of Bengali elephant archers. That feels like it's a tough one to stop. Economically, I do favor Burgundians a little bit. But Bengalis still have like a top 10 eco, and Burgundians, in my opinion, just have like a top 3 or 4 eco. Two boring closed map civs? Yeah, I mean, they're not AOC civs. Anyway, Kianan with the 29 months. That is a long freaking time. Rogan?
Bonjour.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard T-West go, "It's a fine hit." In fact, I don't think I've ever heard T-West do impressions. Probably why he's been so successful recently, now that I think about it. Probably a lot of overlap there. So why is there a 25 HP yurt with 9,999 HP and 1,000 armor? And hello, Hassan. A calendar. It's different. You and I are not alike.
Hey.
Anyway, Kingstone just kind of slowly walling up to the side of the map. Whoa, hold on, that's 20 pop. Whoa, back up the truck. Oh, no, you shouldn't be able to. Ah? I mean, I know I say that I really like when Bengalis try and go for a fast uptime because you just get the extra villagers sooner. But this feels a little much. The Feudal Boom isn't good for Bengalis, though, if you can FC. And I see no reason why you wouldn't FC. And if there's any civ to not fear a trush against, it's probably Burgundians. They're one of the least likely civs imaginable to actually trush. It made more sense, though, against Teutons on Arena in a sudden disaster setting. When you know they're going to be playing 1 TC. And I guess you can harass the enemy villagers a little bit, but the scout's right here. I mean, Kingstone is having some very good positioning with his scout. And to be fair... Uh-oh! It's probably okay to Feudal Boom if you get the kill on the villager right there, which obviously he did. If they investigate the Flemish Revolution... I don't know, guys. I think there's something a bit suspicious with this Flemish Revolution. I think it was an inside job. I think it needs to be investigated. I've been watching Slow Horses, so we need to get MI5 on the case. Well, I mean, you do get your 2 extra villagers. You've already evened up the vill count at this point. And like I say, in an ideal world for Burgundians, they will go 26 pop light cav into booming every single game if possible on closed maps. Lots of relics on this map to take. There are 9. At least there were 9. This is actually, I think, a TTL map. 8? Why would there be 8 relics on a land map? Unfortunately, that is a question that does not have a quick and easy answer. Basically, a good rule of thumb is 1 more than your opponent makes. Again, the map used to have 9. Is this a bugged map, maybe? Yeah, that's what I thought. 4 in the middle and 5 on the outside. 9. This isn't a relic, remember. This is a yurt. Remember, this one's a yurt. Seven, 8, 9. That's true. That's what the legends say. Anyway, a bit of an awkward start here for Kingstone. The thing is, he had to spend so much villager time walling early on, which is fine. You know, you want to get yourself nice and safe. Except then you need to actually click up a little bit later, and now things are getting really awkward. Uh-oh, now you're accruing a lot of idle time. Like, you're gonna hit... Oh, guys, that's almost a villager worth of idle time. He had to sell 100 stone. I mean, I thought it was weird to open scouts on this map without doing anything else, but it got a villager kill. It threw off Kingstone's build, so I don't think we can say that's a loss. I mean, we can say it's a loss, but it would be incorrect. But, you know, since when has that ever mattered?
Bonjour.
Bonjour! That feels so nice just saying bonjour to the scouts that are attacking the walls. Scout goes down eventually, but our yellow player is now slightly ahead in the resources and is just cruising here economically. A bit lucky. Who was lucky? Oh, got some spearmen on the way, some scouts. Market coming in. Full house walled on that side, full house walled on that side. And he'll be able to click up in just a moment, so not going to be even that far behind in uptime. I mean, he's 2 minutes slower to Castle Age, which is normally very significant if your opponent just adds in a bunch of TCs. But obviously, that can't be the case here. There just aren't the resources for it. Classic Pro has been around a while, but he's not doubt level. Yeah, Kingstone had to sell 100 stone to get up to Castle Age because his early build was so thrown off. And again, almost a villager worth of idle TC time. Monastery coming in immediately. Light Cav upgrade as well. Of course, always going to be a good pickup for Burgundians. Anime Inuyasha? I've heard of it, but I have not seen it.
Hi.
But although I've watched a decent amount of anime, I'm no, like, super anime guru. Alright, there's TC number 2 coming in. But you can see Classic Pro still ahead by 7 villagers right now. These relics are going to need to be a big boost for Kingstone if he's going to try and keep up with his opponent's economy. Husbandry is going to be a nice pickup as well, though. Looks like... Yeah, no, there's still 1 Scout Cavalry over here. Not weeb enough for this chat? I don't know. I have a Crunchyroll subscription. That probably makes me too weeb for most people. Win rate and ranked, because they're kind of hard to play, and they're not a civ that do well on Arabia, and all ladder win rates are heavily skewed towards Arabia, and easy civs to play. Just turning what? All right, so you can see here, much smoother game at the moment for Classic Pro. He's getting his Monastery, he's adding in his TCs. Age of well, they tried a patch where you could play StarCraft civilizations or races in ranked, but it just didn't really work out too well. You see, Terran was so hit or miss that they either won all their games instantly or they lost them instantly. It was a rough one. Alright, first monks are coming out. There still is not a relic in quite yet for blue. But I love that you still have this light cav hanging around. VPN scam? Oh my god. Well, it's because they're the boring new civs and they're not the fun classic civs. Just throwing that out there that the AOC civs are more fun. Yeah, honestly, the big thing with Crunchyroll is that I can watch it on my TV. Which are the oldest civs? The oldest civs are the Age of Kings civs. The 1999 versions. Live bait on that lure. Oh my goodness. Alright, 4th TC now for Kingstone. Villager numbers are catching up at the very least. And Kingstone's got 2 relics. Remember, Burgundians basically get double relic benefit. On the close-up? Yeah, I think it was. I mean, some civs in my mind are cool enough to get it, you know, invited to the might as well be an AOC civ club, but these 2 civs, unfortunately, not cool enough to get invited to Ornlu's. They could still be played with AOC civs club.
Bonjour.
It's a very exclusive club. I sniped there here for Classic Pro. Who gets invited for... Oh, Georgians absolutely get invited. With the romance gotcha? Oh my goodness. Armenians and Georgians might get invited if they had some changes to them, but they're not at least too far off. Teutons as well. Let's see. Dravidians would get invited. Who else would get invited? The African Kingdom civs not named Portuguese would get invited. Tatars and Bulgarians would get invited. Age of Kings was released? Yeah. Kids these days, man. Oh no!
Bonjour.
I hear the growl of the jaguar. Is this a bad omen? I want the AoE2 Umamasume crossover. Where the horse girls are actually AoE2 civs. Anyway, Kingstone just added in that 4th TC. Classic Pro been remaining on the 3. Now, he's still ahead in eco for the time being, but that will likely change relatively soon. As horses, it works! Is it a dirty anti-boy? I am not. Oh. Well, that's gonna be a nice, easy fight there for blue. Wheelbarrow coming in. But why does it feel like when people play Burgundians, they get Bowsaw early, and then they just don't get their eco upgrades early at all? Like, when I play Burgundians, I'm getting like every single eco upgrade by mid-castle age. I don't know. I don't know how I could disprove you. Take a nap? Well, I mean, it's what these civs want to do. They want to play passive most of the time. One Piece? Yep. I didn't start watching One Piece until I was a teenager, though. Magyars to the club? Oh yeah, Magyars can go to the club. Magyars can go to the club. Slavs can definitely go to the club. Italians can probably go to the club. Incas can probably go to the club. Sell Stone and buy it back. I mean, it's just been a very awkward early game. That said, Kingstone is up to Imp faster, and he added in the 4th TC. So, very well done from him. And guess what Unity's gonna be going? Exclusive? Well, the thing is, a lot of the civs I specifically did not mention were ones that get played the most, which is why it feels more exclusive than it actually is. But we're talking about civs that I would allow into a... These are as fun and interesting as AOC civs, which neither of these civs are, in our opinion here, quite as fun. Guys, are we gonna get Skirmby? Oh my goodness. Are you ready, guys? I don't think you're ready. I really think that you guys are not mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically... I just don't think you're ready. Wait, he's not making skirmishers? He's making elephant archers? Oh my goodness. Guys, I think Classic Pro might be dead. Is opening straight Ellie Archers actually going to be fine versus Burgundians? I mean, I get the idea, right? Because if Burgundians open anything other than skirmishers, the elephant archers are just going to be very good. Are the skirmishers going to be too strong, though? Debbie is a really big fan of Detective Conan. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! The gate has been opened! Alright, so it's going to be for some Lycav, some Cavalier. They're going for both ranged and cavalry units. Well, Lycav haven't done a ton of damage yet. Big stone walls coming up on the side here for Kingstone, so the game might start to heat up now. Eichmann also coming in for Classic Pros. He's looking to make something of a transition. Res collected still very even. And so far, Kingstone's defense is quite solid. Populations are even. Right now, I mean, Kingstone's the only guy making skirms. I mean, I feel like this really says a lot about this game. Alb is on its way as well. Oh, Burgundian CA, let's go. All right, Bracer also coming in, but right now, the army numbers are heavily in favor of Kingstone, who's just making cheaper units. All right, more blacksmith upgrades coming in, but just the numbers are really not that impressive for Classic Pro. I mean, he's a little bit ahead in gold and stone, a little bit behind in food and wood, but still, right now, Kingstone is just mass-producing his trash units and trebuchets. Oh, no. Elite Ellie Archers coming in, but there's only 6 of them. Another castle coming forward here for blue as well. They both have 3 relics. Progress is slow. That sounds like One Piece. But the One Piece anime is just so freaking slow. Alright, Pikes is on its way as well, but I mean the Scurum numbers, guys. story 0 filler? Oh, well. Trebs are getting sniped. Masonry's on the way. There's still 1 trebuchet left, though, but still 4 trebs to 1. Yes, you have elite elephant archers in. They're almost fully upgraded. They just are missing chemistry. At the same time, the treb war seems like a bit of an issue. I mean, we're already dumping 14,000 stone into repairing this castle. Only 8,000 stone for the Castle of Kingstone, so just way fewer trebuchets. You're now on 0 castles with 0 stone in the bank as Classic Pro. That's obviously going to heavily limit your ability to actually slow down this push of our blue player. Countered by Skirps. I mean, that was traditionally the problem with Bengalis, is just they were very weak to skirmishers without strong siege. Well, like, especially strong siege, and no, like, cavalier or whatever. Could have opened elephants. The Kingdom manga? I'm not really a manga guy, though. Paladin's on its way as well. 40 skirmishers for Kingstone. I mean, it's just the skirmishers are so much cheaper to get up and running. They're so much more efficient than anything that Classic Pro's been doing. The elephant archer numbers are still very underwhelming. All right, now Kingstone looking to be in a nice spot to take the series, even though he had a horrible start to this game. Trying to dance with the Ellie archers, just, it's so not exciting. Guard tower? What? I don't see any towers on the field. Also, you're Burgundians. Why not just go Bombard Tower? But I think you have the fully upgraded towers, right? You have Aeroslits too. Don't ya? Yeah, you do. You just don't have Heated Shot. Anime's filler? A lot. Not necessarily in terms of, like, number of specific filler episodes, although there are quite a few of those, but just the fact that they make, like, an entire episode 2/3 of a manga chapter. Because they just keep on pumping out episodes because it makes so much money. Yeah, that definitely felt... Like, I know it wasn't filler, but it really felt like filler. Up until the end when Aokiji shows up for the first time. Lover... I'm not an Umamasume lover. Anyway, Classic Pro still seeming to just really struggle out of units here. Paladin numbers are going to be slowly climbing. A random guard tower, love it. These random freaking guard towers. And the Ellie Archer numbers are slowly climbing, but you're still only at 12. Oh boy. Someone. Can still be good? Oh, absolutely. All right, Light Cav charging in. They don't have +4 defense, though, so they're going to get nuked by the skirmishers. Overarching story? I figured they would. But I haven't gotten caught up yet. I'm still, like, in the middle of Egghead. Architecture coming in too, and I mean, it just feels like all game long Kingstone is... Look at this, he's had like 3 times the res destroyed! Oh my goodness! Oh, they don't have ballistics. Oh, that's so huge. Castle getting repaired by 1,000 villagers. Again, the army values are comparable, but it just does not feel quite as good. The Halves are trying to come in, but still, there just isn't enough that actually snipes enemy trebuchets. Toxic Classic Pro. Oh my goodness. He doesn't even GG. No GG. Kingdom, is it dubbed in English?
Adish.
Adish?
Yeah. One guy made skirms. But honestly, skirms aside, it was the fact that Kingstone, if you look at the timings, was a little bit faster to imp. He was forward, and he just developed his army so much better. Almost the same, because it's taken a long time. Because the anime tries to stay behind the manga, but sometimes it catches up. Anyway, nice win there for Kingstone. Honestly, he's looking pretty solid. Because even in the game he lost, he was, you know, he fell far behind, but he was doing what he could to fight back. See my mic? Oh my goodness. Yeah, freaking Viper is the last set. Only watch dubs? I don't only watch dubs. I just again, my rule is live action I watch subs, and for anime I watch dubs if available. But I'm not going to like not watch an anime just because it doesn't have a dub. All right. So see how Viper will be doing against Andy? Live in America? Yep. I'm like very American. Dubs. Well, the thing is, I grew up watching the Dragon Ball dub because that's what was on American TV. But dubs these days are generally pretty good. Ghost stories now. All right. Yes, Viper is now Ukrainian. And Andy is Mexican. All right, let us update the title do stream. It's drone micro, oh no. I don't know, what's the Spanish for freaking? Freaking Andreas. Actually, no, his real name is Andreas. I guess it's the same, right? In German and Spanish? Loco Andreas. All right, I think these are Rex. I think. I'm like relatively sure that these are Rex. Yes, they're Rex. And remember, guys, the finals of this is tomorrow. So we have Mihai versus Kingstone in the one semifinal, and then the winner of this series versus ACCM. So we're gonna have some really good sets tomorrow. Nobody stopped them? Yeah, I mean, like, there's a difference between anime dubs from when I was growing up and when most of you were growing up versus what they are now. God are the days of this hamburger is delicious when he's holding a rice ball. No contestants. That's a double negative in there, but no one really plays AoE 1. Ooh, okay, so 7 a.m. tomorrow, my time, which is 12 GMT. That's Sorakuma versus Mihai. So we'll probably do that. Then there's Classic Pro versus Draken as well, but I'll probably cast the ending of this Midweek Madness. Is Donuts? Is it Donuts? Vietnamese are nobodies? No, just ACCM. No, ACCM did not get knocked out. ACCM plays the winner of this set in the semifinal tomorrow. All right, so we'll have to see. Hopefully we'll be getting the drafts in just a moment, but hope you've been having a fun day, guys. Thank you so much to everyone who's watching. Like, we got Daniela's tournaments going on, and we also have all these, like, we have all the little tournaments going on, I guess, and then also Sudden Disaster, which is happening, and it's just a lot of fun. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. Halfway through game one? No, we're not gonna do that. What I am gonna do, however, is take a quick break, and it seems like we have a second before we get into the next one. So thanks, guys, for watching. And I'll be back in a couple minutes.
What's up? Be sure to smash that like button, kids.
I'm sorry, this is what happens when you're from the same town as Ninja. My streamers from my hometown literally average hundreds of thousands of subs. It's pretty wild. Alrighty, that is all set up. I don't know. I just assumed he was. Before Viper can. Snatch the pebble from my hand, grasshopper. Oh boy, we got Teutons and Georgians, Gajarans, and Poles. Dravidians, Georgians, Hindustanis, and Dawe. Alrighty. I don't know who are the famous streamers now. But I guess especially for the youngins, it comes and goes. In the voice lines, oh yeah. I have no idea who Kaisnot is. Is Fortnite even popular anymore? Like, what is the game these days? It feels like everything is just kind of mellowed out. Yeah, the red ones are banned. Account games anymore? Tragic. Yeah, Flemish militia are pretty decent now. The thing with Flemish militia, guys, is that you don't ever pick Burgundians on open maps, and there still isn't enough of a reason to do that with so many civs in the game. So it's like, if you random Burgundians on an open map, then I think they're probably fine. Is that just some weird spelling of Jinchi? Like Master Jinchi from Apothecary Diaries? Alright guys, we will now be getting in here to game numero uno. Last set of the day, end of the round of 8. Norway. Austria. Like Rainbow Six Siege? That one? Alrighty, guys. It's a yellow-orange matchup, not one we see all that often. I think they should be easy enough to tell apart. Anyway, Viper going to be here in the yellow to the west of the map as the Gajarans on Acclivity, and to the east in the orange as the Georgians. One might even call them the Georgians. Get it? Get it, guys? Clash of Clans? A mobile game, really? Skirm. I mean, I know I'm hoping for Skirm v Skirm, but I hope for Skirm v Skirm every game. Average viewer count is 27,000. Feels pretty wild to me still. I don't know. Maybe people are doing way better than that these days. Oh, look at this here from Andy. So he's going to use the starting Buell card to take Hunt that's actually kind of far away from the TC. Huh. Is this actually good? It's a lot of walking distance for your villagers. I mean, the chances of Viper scouting it are quite low. But I'm still not too sure. Also, killing the boar between the two forge bushes is so freaking awkward, man. XQC? Wasn't he like... I mean, I remember when he was... I think he got to start as an Overwatch streamer when I was still playing Overwatch. And he was just like some spaz kid. And I had no idea why people watched him. And then he got gigantic, and I have no idea why.
Namaste.
Anyway, Viper is just going to be pushing in some deer from the back of his base. So you can see right here, Andy is pushing in the deer with his scout on the one side, and then just taking the deer with these villagers on the other. A boomer? Yeah, I guess I am. Oh. A weird mill? Yeah. I think this is maybe in case that you can lure the deer to the mill. I don't know actually. This feels like the easiest thing to do would have just been to drop the mill right there or right there. Anyway, you can see Viper is currently ahead in resources collected. A little bit of just dropping of the straggler right there. It's a bit of an odd approach here for Andy, though, for sure. I'm curious. As far as the Civ matchup goes, this is one where we see all the time. I would say, are Gajarans back to being an S-tier Civ on open maps? At the very worst, they're high A tier. I feel on Arabia type maps. Money like some new YouTube channel, 2 videos and 6K subscribers. What? 6K subscribers is actually worth very little on YouTube. Alright, so you don't have another mule cart yet, so you do need to build that before you can even build a barracks. Guys, this one palisade wall is going to win Andy the game. I love it. It's just standing there menacingly. 50,000? Which is funny because that's so awful compared to like regular TV or streaming. This goes to show that, you know, Twitch streaming and whatnot is still quite niche. Also, these forage bushes are no longer the same as these forage bushes, because these ones have more food on them. The color? Yeah, orange is fine. Nothing wrong with orange. Who are you, Dogao? Anyway, Viper is kind of scouting in this direction, but isn't actually going to find anything. 4,000. I just... I clearly fundamentally don't understand enough about how streaming economy works. Anyway, stable coming in over here. A little bit of shanking back and forth. Viper going to be opening with some scouts. Same with Andy. These are 2 cavalry civs. That does make sense. Andy did skip blue though. So he would have been in a very bad way if Viper had found him, but I think it was a reasonable enough gamble here for Andy to say that Viper's probably not scouting me. But look, Viper's still ahead in resources anyway. I mean, I know he's Gajarans, and they're probably ahead in resources compared to most civs early on. But I'm still not sold. Like, a little more than a 10% resources advantage for Viper already feels pretty significant. You can't really open for camel scouts because they cost more gold than you can afford after Loom. Our camels are 60 gold, so what you can do, and we might see a little bit, is mining 10 gold. And then you go for 1 camel scout to start things off. Native America, I live in Illinois, where I grew up. Colors of players, they picked orange and yellow, and I am indifferent enough to change it. All right. Illinois. There's definitely not many hills in Illinois. Money makes up the cost. Again, I don't know how the economics of this. For YouTube, yes, I did. You do. It does work. Oh, nice kill there from Viper. Great movement there, and micro with the scouts. Meanwhile, Andy's going to try and do the same thing on the other side. But here we go. Viper is mining a little bit of gold, and that's going to first come out for a camel scout. So Viper going to try and use The fact that Camel Scouts are way, way better than they used to.
Namaste.
Uh-oh. Andy is going to get his own counter-attack. Villager kill, and it's going to delay the archery range a bit.
Get you ars.
This should just be a pretty good set, I think. Viper going to do the same thing. They're constantly one-upping each other. It depends where you are in the Midwest.
Agya.
Like, Illinois is super flat, except for, like, this little corner in the northwest of Illinois that's actually gorgeous.
Namaste.
But, like, Ohio is the Midwest, and they're still in the corner of Appalachia. So it just kind of, yeah, it just depends where you are. Gold collected from boxes if another player also harvests from a new... Doesn't get, so basically, so long as there is a non-Jurchen Civ gathering from something, it's going to decay. Yeah, this really is the battle of the quick wall addicts. Anyway, Viper, look at this, 400 resources ahead at this point. I guess he's mining gold with those 2 villagers, but yeah, I'm not sold on the sending 2 of your very early villagers to take from the long-distance hunt as being actually good here. So good opening here for the Viper. That build's going to be just fine. PC even getting any damage there is not something that would have happened in previous patches. Yeah, Viper's on 3 Camel Scouts at this point. I mean, yeah, like, Gajarans feel like such a better civ after those Camel Scout buffs. Wyoming is very dangerous to drive through? I imagine so. I mean, I've never even been close to Wyoming. Crazy? I've only been live for 4 hours. I haven't been live that long. I mean, yeah, I'd probably say my average stream is around 4 hours, but we only have a few games left today. Commitment of what? I mean, this is my job. Wyoming doesn't exist? That's true. House gonna go down there. Large remote areas. Wyoming is in exclusively large remote areas. Please. Fine. You guys are so boring. There. Viper's now in blue. Well, there's another villager dead in favor of Viper, and yeah, Andy's on his way up to Castle Age, but his gold income is heavily stymied. Gonna try and rush up some stone walls here, but this is gonna go down pretty darn fast, guys. I'm happy leaving these guys, because Andy's an orange picker, man. Viper's a yellow picker, and Andy's an orange picker. It's literally how they've always been. Viper blue, because people are like, oh, we can't have the colors they pick. Well, you know what? Okay, if Viper can't have his preferred color, Andy can't either. There we go. That's only fair. This is when 2 siblings are fighting over a toy, and then mom comes in and says, neither of you get to play with it. Yeah, Gajarans are quite good now. And I think that Viper is really doing a great job of showing why that's the case. Super strong early eco from the mill bonus with the Hertables garrisoned inside of it. And then the extra 100 food on the forage bushes is really nice. These are Rex. You guys are so... It's impossible to make people happy, man. All right, TC going to be rushed up here for Andy, but you can see here, Viper already so far ahead in the economy. I mean, and this is the reason here. Look at this, guys. Viper's pressure has done so much to Andy's eco, and just making it inefficient. You know, I don't like Gajarans as a civ design-wise, But I think I've come to realize that I think I'd prefer Gajarans being a strong civ than Romans being a strong civ, because at least Gajarans are tough to play. Different colors. Flips PC desk over. Alright, 2 extra TCs here for Viper plus a monastery. This is a greedy approach, classic Viper, but he knows he's ahead. And that eco discrepancy is simply gigantonormous. Like, I don't even know what you're supposed to... Oh, no, he's going to go Cav Archers, isn't he? Oh, dear, he's totally going to go Cav Archers. Every 3 minutes? What if we just change the colors constantly? I set up some macros so that I'm just, like, always clicking here and here so that it's like rainbow, full-on spaz mode. Due to new patching? Not yet. Setting macros, that's a good point. I have no idea how to set up a macro. I know my hardware is capable of it, I just have no idea. I mean, Wheelbarrow is nice, but now you're only matching Viper in terms of eco upgrades. And again, it's kind of crazy to see that overall the KD is quite low, and yet Viper has just been so dominant this game. So it's neutral? Well, what makes a man turn neutral? Is it lust for gold? Power? Or are you just born with a heart full of neutrality? Anyway, Andy will at least get 2 relics. The last one's right there in the middle of the map. Green sometimes. I don't know, man. I'm sick of it. You guys aren't allowed to have nice things. All of the bickering means that we're stuck with red and blue. Congratulations, chat. Yeah, guys, I'm just not sold on the Cav Archers here doing enough. No, this is midweek madness, so... Alright, Colum, you want to hear a secret? If they have more than 1 TC, it's not sudden disaster. 4th TC here for Viper. I mean, this is just classic Viper, good early control, getting a little bit ahead and then just booming like crazy behind it with making as few units as possible. Yeah, this is, like, I have seen a version of this exact game 12 years ago. The 2 TCs, that's true. And we have seen players add extra TCs in sudden disaster when they forget to change their settings. Oh, look at this. Viper actually finds it. Great scouting from him. Colors? Yep. That's the world that we live in. Would be a little much. I know. I'm just being a goofball. Oh, look at this, guys. Viper realizing that the best unit to make is the Skirmisher. Attack horn sound? I don't think so. Not without turning off all the other sounds, which isn't ideal. But honestly, I'm so used to it. It just goes past my ears. Okay, University and Market both coming in for Andy, but again, let's look at this. Almost 3,000 more resources for the Viper. Why am I such a hater? It's because you guys are so mean to me all the time. Because of my constant bullying, I turn around and bully you guys. You know, T90 also regularly gets bullied by his chat, but he's just a much nicer person than I am. It isn't as toxic. Alright, Sanctity coming in 7 monks for Andy. I mean, yeah, that's a lot. Done hardly crazy. Exactly. Alright, Castle here at the back for Viper. I'm almost as toxic as ACCM. I'm not as toxic as ACCM, but I'm getting close to it at this point. All right, Mangonel almost out. Obviously, this push has to do so much damage to be worth it here for Andy. Even if he is on 3 TCs behind it, this resource collected differential is not going to be getting any smaller anytime soon. That said, army value a lot better for Andy. Andy has a very little chance, to win this game, but not no chance. And don't you worry, Davi, he's absolutely getting shot trios before making more units because he's just that greedy. Don't you worry, that is exactly what he's doing. Oh, but look at this, guys, a double siege workshop. No ballistics in for the CA, though. Like I said, Viper he's not actually won the game yet. Just because he's in an amazing position economically doesn't mean the game is actually over. And that's still a really scary army here from Andy. That TC is going to get flattened pretty darn fast with 3 Mangonels. Viper coming in with Lycav. The camel numbers are still kind of in their fledgling stage. Their upgrades are like okay, but nothing too exceptional. Especially against Cav archers, you really want to have that +2 defense, of course. I don't know, guys. The snipes for Viper are quite nice. Didn't he get a university? Yeah, Andy really should have ballistics at this stage. For chance of that tournament organizer money? Oh yeah, that's me. I've made so much money from all the tournaments I've organized. Well, 1 Mangonella snipe. We also have 4 knights isn't that bad, honestly. But the CA numbers are only at 14. Is Viper now going to have enough camels? He has 12 camels in total, actually. That is probably going to be enough. 1 Mangonel is sniped. Skirms are picking away at the edges of the units. Micro from Viper is actually still very, very good. Camels coming in from the back as well. Is this going to be it for Andy? The army values are getting closer and closer. Oh, boy. Honestly, beautiful engagement from Viper. It's really hard to find many mistakes he's made in this game. Like, does Viper's greed get punished if Andy happens to be Hera in disguise? Maybe. But unless you're maybe Hera, Yo, Leary, you're probably winning this game versus almost anyone else, even with the super greedy approach. Yeah, hold on, all the money. Oh, no. But they have successfully defended Helm's Deep. The orcs wouldn't even gotten close. I am bad and die. Yeah, that's me. Anyway, great defense here from Viper. The overall build counts are close, but again, it's all about that eco-efficiency. And Viper's has been very, very good, even under all of the pressure. I actually did have like an IRS message about me. About money I potentially made because Microsoft gave me the wrong tax form. And they said that all of the money I got for World Desert Championship was money I earned, and like as income, instead of money that I literally gave 100% of it away. So that was fun to deal with. Anyway, Imp is on the way for Andy. Hold up. No way Andy finds a way back into this one, right? It did, Lunar Sparkle. All discounts for units applies in Capture Age army value. That's just how that works. Gajarans, Georgians, because this tournament you're only allowed to play new civs, and Gajarans and Georgians are both, at the very worst, low A-tier civs for open maps. Or high A. At the very worst, they're high A-tier civs. These guys are still probably top 6 or 7 maybe these days. I do think Gajarans are, like, everything I've seen from Gajarans post-patch is that they are very good now. Especially as Men-at-Arms rushing still isn't super in vogue. But they are tough to play. But Viper's also been playing them very well. But yeah, guys, I mean, I still hesitate to say that this game is completely over, as Viper is still not at all close to Imperial Age. You're only a minute off at this point here as our red player. Made more sense? Absolutely. And he just taps out. I guess he thinks he just can't deal with the castle at home, which I guess is fair enough. Maybe he thought that Viper was also up to Imperial Age, though, because he was not. But Viper still takes game number 1 here on Acclivity. Just got that early eco-efficiency lead, and then just went full-on greed mode from there on out. Even with Andy being up to Castle Age faster, it just did not matter. Mangonel for the run. Easy peasy. All right, Viper with the win right there. Again, thank you so much to everyone who's been tuning in today. That is the Gajarans over the Georgians. And now we will likely go to Golden Swamp, where it would almost certainly be Dravidians versus I have no freaking idea what Viper is going to be playing. In shambles, absolutely. And now we are going to open Daniela's stream so that we do not start the next game before her. She's still in the previous one. Easy win. I know, man. Man, Daniela's stream setup is so much more professional than mine. She doesn't just... She's got an actual, like, browser source set up so that everything looks all nice and fancy in the overlay. On coconut milk? I use it all the time when cooking Southeast Asian food. Ellie isn't... She's done streaming. Am I drinking? Coffee. Only cook SEA food? Nope. I literally just made a menu for my parents last night. I don't just cook Southeast Asian food. I also cook East Asian food, and I have 2 Latin American dishes and 1 Italian dish that I make. And like 10 Asian dishes. Any Latin dishes? I make huevos rancheros for my family. All right. Daniela has jumped into the next one. Dating. Ellie and I were at no point in our lives ever dating. The Italian dish, peposo. I made it for my parents' anniversary just last week. All right, guys, look at this one. Oh, yeah, I forgot. You guys are no longer allowed to have fun. Lentils? That sounds good.
Sorry.
So, Andy's going to be here in the red as the Dravidians to the west of Golden Swamp. It is his home map. Bring it back? Nope. You guys killed a good time. This is what happens when you argue. Sane? I assume by poems you mean potatoes? Because it depends if you're French or if you're German. I guess fried apples are a thing, too. So, Viper is going to be the blue Teutons to the east. Now, Teutons actually are a good arguer for worst navy in the game. No galleon, no heavy demo ship, no elite cannon galleon, no dry dock, no shipwright. So it's basically Malian level navy bad, except Malians get dry dock. So they have actually a worse navy than... Okay, we have war galleys with bracer, which Malians don't have war galley with bracer. They only have war galley with bodkin. But we're talking real bottom of the barrel navy. So Viper, I just don't think can win if this game goes late. Why is Viper saying question mark, question mark? Is Rhino bugged? I have no idea. Well, Viper is going to abscond with this Rhino here. And the Rhino's going to go right back home. So, honestly, unsuccessful lame for Viper. His scouts just lower in HP. All laming, because they're faster than us. And now Andy's going to be like, you know what? Great idea, Viper. Let me take this Rhino off your hands. You can even afford to do it because you're still ahead in scout HP. The Lamborghinis. See, guys, doesn't this make Dark Age fun? I think I just love this. If this is a successful lame, though, from Andy, like, that would be so bad for Viper. Ooh, nice hit there, honestly. Oh, but he loses the... You can't let that happen. Oh, honestly, though, the Vil can just take it. Oh. Oh, is he going in a straight enough line? Yep, just go for the shank there. You can go for that. Yep, perfectly done. Like, actually perfectly done there. Yeah, that was not easy at all to micro, to Andy's credit. And Viper can't afford to take the other Rhino because his scout's too low in HP. Yeah, he had to have the exact villager hit right there to make sure that the scout was too low HP to do anything else. It's, yeah, the other one. The second one. The, like, last week was only AOC civs and maps. This time is only new civs and maps. Keeping things fresh.
Sorry.
One might even say funky fresh. Idle time? I mean, 12 seconds isn't the end of the world, although it isn't, not perfect. But yeah, no dock at all. Andy's going to be on 3 fishing ships. This is really not looking good for Viper. Also, he's freaking playing Teutons on a hybrid map. Loom? I guess he does, and he is still up to feudal age a little bit faster. Your first baguette today. Well, was it a yummy baguette? Yeah, both players honestly with a bit of idle TC time, but this is probably fine for Andy. He's going to have 4 fishing ships in a moment. He actually has a barracks in the middle of the map. The lame shenanigans. I mean, this just looks like, I guess, Viper opening scouts. Oh, no, he's going forward. Okay. 1 Vil forward? And he's going to go with some men-at-arms because, I mean, he's got some extra food. Why not? Hmm. I don't know, guys. This feels kind of weird. This feels like it's a forward archery range for skirmishers, but you aren't going to be able to add any spearmen, which I guess probably doesn't matter too much versus Dravidians, as they're not likely to go for scouts, but... Okay, I'm so lost, guys. He's building a stable at home. It's like it's a scouts opening, but he just randomly sent a villager across the map. Andy's already ahead by 400 resources. He's getting men-at-arms and double bid-X. I mean, everything Andy's doing is just done well, and it's a reasonable strategically. We need MBL level toxicity. I just don't know how to be toxic, guys. I'm too honest. Well, it's actually Andy who's coming in with the forward archery range at this point. He's making a fire galley to help protect his fishing ships. Dravidians even gonna not lose much efficiency, having to sail further away, which is very common on this map. I'm very confused, though. And let me tell you, I get confused very easily. Oh, okay. Good quick wall there. Almost bad. The Viper just has an extra idle villager on top of not having the fishing ships. Good quick wall there, this time from FreakinAndy. He's likely going to need to start sending some spearmen forward, though. Walling up at home behind this is going to be critical because all of Andy's units are forward, and he does not have the mobility. Oh, no! Oh, no! Viper! Oh, last game was Tyrant the Viper. This game is Viper. If you... No, okay, there we go. Archie range coming in at the back of Andy's base, and Andy is certainly none the wiser. Oh, don't you dare poke that Ibex, man. Nice kills there from Viper. He does have that Teton forging upgrade, and I mean, this, I guess, could still be scary. I mean, you do train skirmishers faster as the Teutons. Need competitive toxicity. I'm not very good at it, man. Anyway, with only one spearman here, these scouts with the forging upgrade are probably going to be just fine. Honestly, not the best targeting there from Andy either. Actually, that's, like, not good. Okay, I guess both of the low HP units there still. Viper does clean up. Andy's way ahead in overall resources, but Viper is doing just fine. Okay, now Viper. Well, I was saying skirmishers because Viper wasn't on gold at first, but now he is on gold, so now he can go for archers. And honestly, this could still easily be game-winning. I mean, like I said, Andy is absolutely none the wiser because Viper's villager was there so long before Andy was walling. But yeah, I mean, Viper not great at home because he took so much damage. And yet... I mean, Viper shows up here with a bunch of archers. Andy could easily just be dead. Oh dear. Okay, that's huge. If the archers made their way in over on that side, that could have been really terrible to deal with. Even so, this isn't great. I mean, that's just 3 archers at the moment. You don't even have fletching. Anyway, Viper shouldn't lose any vills over here. Guys, Viper hasn't actually lost any vills yet this game, which is pretty impressive. Still causing a lot of idle TC time, though. Alright. Archers are going to say hi. And obviously, Red needs to do something about it pronto. Red needs to do something about it pronto. Red needs to do something. There we go!
Fletching, I would have waited for 4 archers plus fletching.
Viper probably felt like, okay, I need to get damage done in the right now time frame. Andy's just going to go to the middle of the map. He needs these quick walls in yesterday. But honestly, tower over here should be just fine. Remember, Andy's a BF pro. He knows Viper's snuck in at this point. And Andy still clicks up to Castle Age. Ooh, nice job there with the Fire Galley from Andy. I don't know. I'm looking to see a 3-game series here. I don't know about you guys. I mean, for all I know, you people just want to see one-sided stomps and very quick games that are decided purely on Skirm Micro. Personally, I like big back-and-forth AoE series, but again, I can't judge you guys for preferring your hamstery Skirm fests. Anyway, units are coming back home here from Andy, and this is still very annoying from Viper, but you can see that Andy has such a gigantic resource advantage at the moment that still probably doesn't matter. Now, Viper's slightly ahead in score. I mean, he is nicely ahead in resources destroyed, but that is not an insignificant eco difference. That said, that villager did survive, and in all of the hullabaloo that's happened this game, Andy could have missed the villager. Can't really hate on him too much for that. Fair. Market coming in. Honestly, some elephant archers in the back of Viper's base would be kind of horrible for him. Remember, Viper's not getting Castle Age anytime soon. With the poached egg. Poached eggs are good, man. Alright. Viper going to be wandering back around to the west. But Andy's going to hit Castle Age in a second. He can immediately drop a TC, and that's what he does. Now, can these units buy enough time? Bodkin is on its way. Honestly, I would love to see that Elephant Archer come out, because what the heck is a Feudal Age Viper going to do against an Elephant Archer? Use it all the time. Exactly! I'm glad you get it. Anyway, great micro here from FreakinAndy. We know he's a solid player when it comes to your raw mechanics. And yet, look at that. Viper gets a couple of villagers. He is actually ahead in the villager numbers. He's not too far away from clicking up. But what can Andy do with his own castle age? He got the extra TC, which is nice. But, like, what else are you doing? Andy buying extra food. He's already got Bodkin. What's he trying to accomplish with it? And he's got a lot of ills on gold here. Viper clicks up. Okay, there's another range coming in for Andy. But again, like, why aren't you just, like, making one Elephant Archer? You know your opponent has his scouts all the way on the other side. That said, Andy still doesn't necessarily know that there is a villager over here, even still. So Viper could technically go forward still at this point. No, Andy's just making more crossbowmen. It's not like Viper has a great food eco. There is crossbowman. Triggering attempts. Yeah, it's because I'm so jaded. But, like, look at this clown eco from Andy. He's got 28 vills on gold. Honestly, that's going to be another vill kill from Viper. Nicely done. I guess he loses the scout. It feels like you could have just gone for a couple Elephant Archers and had the same exact result, and it would have been faster and cheaper. Also, I don't know why Andy still has so many freaking vills on gold. Anyway, Viper's still 40 seconds away from Castle Age. He's going to need to flee with those vills. And he's like, haha, this is how it feels, brah. Oh, that was a misclick to repair the stable. Yeah, only 9 vills on food and 11 on wood for FreakinAndy. Not especially impressive. And that said, the Viper's eco-efficiency, it's not the best right now. He could go for Siege in the back. He has built a stable at this point, but Andy's removed his entire eco from the back of his base, except for those 4 villagers who are extremely exposed. I mean, there is a lot going on, so multitasking for both of these players is going to be stretched to the limit at this stage. Still, Viper's only lost 2 villagers this game. Like, those villagers have been pulled for now. And Andy is still ahead by 8, and I guess he's got the horse collar upgrade for his 0 farms. Still, the last thing you want is let your crossbowman blob get decimated to the point when you just don't have anything scary at the moment. So honestly, great job from FreakinAndy here to make sure that the crossbowmen were harassing Viper at different points of his economy, but also being able to get out with them in time so that he still has this big scary blob and it's not just cleaned up by a few Steppe Lancers. So really, really well done there. Good pocket here for Viper to harass those lumberjacks. Steppe Lancers are going to break out over there to the west, and he still has all 4 of his fishing ships alive. Yet Viper is going to come in and launch a counterattack. Ballistics coming in as both players' ecos are just a complete mess. And yeah, Andy's way ahead in resources, but I feel like it's all gold. It's mostly just gold. Conquest? Yeah, it's always Conquest, unless explicitly stated otherwise. Still, Ballistics is going to be huge, and Teutons like dealing with ranged units less than melee units, because that's where their extra attack is not as helpful, and where missing bloodlines is more impactful. And Andy's still ahead by around 500 score. Still, you got Crossbone with Ballistics. Viper is getting his own eco set up behind this. Andy probably doesn't want to use that archery range to make a bunch more archers at this point. We're going to go straight down Warg Alley. Andy also obviously has control of the middle for now. Yeah, the sneak Vill, unless the Vill left, should still be there. And I think the Vill left. Oh no, it's just over there now. So honestly, both players have something to be relatively happy about at this point. On the one hand, Viper still has a presence on his opponent's side of the map, and he's got the far more mobile army. It also is pretty good at killing fire ships, as it so happens. For Andy, he still has the Vill lead, and he still has control of the middle. So it does feel like anyone's game at this point still. That's really bad for Andy, though. Holy cow. Unless this demo just kills everything, which I don't think it will. Oh, no! Okay, I guess it still got a couple of Step Lancers. Okay, so I guess that ended up... Again, Andy lost most of his Vil lead at this point, and yet Viper lost most of his Step Lancers, and his eco is pretty safe at home. Everything's just really close to this particular TC. Andy adds in his own TC number 3, speaking of which, is Viper adds in a Siege Workshop at the back of his opponent's base, and at the moment, Red is still none the wiser. Oh, what the heck? Why is the Step Lancer getting so many kills? Oh, no, Andy! Andy, what are you doing, homie? I mean, Viper's now at almost 20 villager kills at this point. Again, it's all about that mobility. And Viper's own eco, it's just all so close to the TC. That said, Andy can cause a lot of idling time if he so chooses. And I think he's going to choose to do that. Rocket Cart coming in at the back of his opponent's base, and as the Dravidians, you really don't have a great answer to that. Viper himself going to start to lose some bills on the other side, and we got ourselves a real nice game number 2 here. Anyway, Andy will see the Rocket Cart, or at least have vision of the Rocket Cart.
Sorry.
Like I said, he doesn't really have a whole lot to stop it.
Hey.
And I said good reaction, but then he's like, he forced back the villagers just so they could take more damage? What? Okay, Monk gonna go for a Step Lancer conversion. Viper with a defensive castle. But Liao Dao are not gonna be a very good unit here. Viper actually has the Vil lead, but he's also getting his own villagers peppered at home behind this. And Andy's going to want to bring it to a game number 3. He has a big score lead, although that doesn't necessarily tell the full story right now. I do like the Khitan Castle a lot. But Ornlu, it was a Tongut Castle, not a Khitan Castle. Yeah, it looks nice, though. So does the Jurchen one. Gets a good hit there, and Viper is a much faster player than Andy. That's a huge set of kills. Does he have the good old Dravidian elephant on the way? It's Tongut. So we have Viper, who has almost no army and is behind by 3,000 resources. And yet he's still the one who's constantly harassing his opponent's eco. And he is ahead in bills, except he still has terrible eco upgrades. He thinks it's OP. Oh, yeah, that's it. The random battle elephant, guys! Dravidian battle elephants OP confirmed, chat? I think so. Anyway, the Armored Elephant here is going to help mop up the Siege Workshop, and as well as all this random stuff in the back of Andy's base, and he is still looking overall quite fine. Andy also looking to pick up relics. Above 3, I know. Just goes to show how good mobility is. Exactly. I mean, elephants, they have to have good smelling, right? And stable. Well, the priority has to be the Siege Workshop, because that makes the scariest units. And then you go to the stable, and then the archery range. They see the stable? I mean, yeah. Well, he doesn't see the stable, but he has to know about it, because Step Lancers have been coming in from the back of his base. It's usually a dead giveaway. Anyway, now the Mangonel's going to start eating the TC. At home, there is one rocket cart being made. Looks like one Steppy was converted there. Decent dodge from Viper, but still the lack of bloodlines for these units of the Khitans is quite tough. And there's the GG called. Andy takes game number 2. And remember, guys, it's just a best of 3. Really, really well done there for Andy. 44 crossbowmen made. Able to just keep up the pressure against Viper, who, although he was ahead in everything except gold collected, ironically, was never able to quite get to the military numbers he needed. Or like an arm? Well, it's kind of both. Early feudal, because his entire forward got cleaned up. And he didn't really have anything else left at that point. But we are all tied up at 1 apiece at this point. Andy winning his home map, which means Fortified Clearing will be the final map, but that still should be a pretty good map for Andy. And it's probably Poles Hindustanis? Alright, so now we once again open Daniela's stream to make sure we don't get ahead of her. How does a player lose with Teutons? I heard it's literally impossible to lose with Teutons. And remember, guys, tomorrow we have plenty more AoE 2 to cast. Starting at 12 GMT, and then we got the rest of this tournament to cast, and I think there's some more other thingies. Sudden disaster matches. Noobs. Urchin's way? Well, I know, but I'm not going to tell you. Because I am a jerk. Oh, it's a ton of fun. Like Teutons on Arabia? Teutons have the advantage that they can go for just about anything early on. You can go for scouts, you can go for men-at-arms, you can go for crash units, go archers into cav archers. You have broad bonuses and a really strong food eco with your pastures, so really it's about your preference and adapting to the correct situation. Anyway, just waiting for Daniela to get into the next game, and then we will get into the next game as well. And this one's going to be for all the marbles. The winner faces ACCM, and the loser either enjoys a walk or sits on their sofa. Come on, what are you waiting for, Daniela? Go, 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 hit the target. Flashbang through the door. Called How to Basic? I don't know much of anything, man. For somebody whose job it is to be plugged into the digital online space, I feel pretty clueless most of the time. A British COD? I mean, you play as the British in Call of Duty a lot. All right, now Daniela's starting, and we can as well. Alrighty, guys, this one's for all the marbles. Andy is indeed going to be playing as Dawe to the west of the map here on Fortified Clearing, and to the east in the blue as the Poles. It will be Viper. Poles, almost a constant pick on this map. Way, not so much. That said, there is still plenty of room to run around with your cavalry units. It's one of the reasons Poles are so good. And economically, we'll have to see how well the Way can keep up with Poles. Also, is Viper going to tower rush? Always going to be a question. I mean, honestly, both of these civs are decent enough tower rushing civs. But we could also just see them play, light cav into boom and anything in between. I mean, it's probably not going to be for a castle drop, at the very least. Also, this is a pretty hard map to funnel. Chickens are really far away from the edge of the map. So. Yeah, always have to be worried about the trush. Let's see. Andy already starting to wall up. I mean, it's still too early to figure out exactly what these guys plan on doing. Just scouting around. Oh, does this version have 9 relics, or is it 8 relics? Yeah, 8 relics. So I guess the latter version of Fortified Clearing only has 8 relics. Kind of weird that they just remove 1 relic and also give a map an even number of relics. In my mind, the only time that a map needs to have an even number of relics is if it's something like Black Forest, where it's just impossible to actually get your relics half the time because there just isn't any accessible route to them. But other than that, relics should be one of the ways that you can tip the scales in the later stages of the game. I mean, going to be for a full Vark coming in here for Viper, and he is going to be taking advantage of the fact that you can use it for housing space too. Pushing in some ostriches from the edge of the map. Gold and stone are both very far forward for Viper, which is not ideal because you do not have another stone in the back of your base. The outside of the map has some extra mineral resources, but they're very far away. That said, 4 bills on wood is generally indicative of a not fast feudal play, and that is exactly what we see from both players here. There's even a second full Vark coming in. It's actually not 9 relics. Because the damaged yurt in the exact center of the map looks like a relic on the minimap. I zoomed out, it's only 8 relics. There are 3 in the middle, and 5 on the outside. So, with 2 full Varks in at this point for Viper, don't really see any indication that he'd be trying to go aggressive here. Polls are very good on the map. On the one hand, it's a closed map, so it gives the Poles player an opportunity to get their food income going. And Poles generally like playing big, boomy games where they can leverage the fact that they have probably a top 2 or 3 eco in all of AoE 2 right now. And they also like the fact that as the game goes on, it's a very open map, so you can run around a lot with your cavalry. So closed early on and open later on are both things that Poles really like. Wei, meanwhile, feel like they kind of would prefer just to play more open maps because their late game is really bad. Yeah, it's just a yurt. It's indestructible. Checks out. Anyway, I was incorrect. This feels really YOLO from Andy to go for fast men-at-arms. It could work? No, wait. Wait. Okay, so it's kind of like a French drush. No, he is adding in another militia. I mean, to be fair, Viper's not going to expect this. Honestly, this could totally work. Well, Viper's going up on 21 pop, so it's not like he's going to be much slower, and it's not like Andy Scout's honestly in a great position to do anything about this. Viper has Loom? Yeah, he does. Oh no! The lion! Alright, so Viper is going to be in Feudal Age in a second. He'll be able to drop his archery range in a moment as well. And when attacking from the back, you actually have a backstone and back gold. Kind of funny how that works out. Viper able to get both Bit Axe and Horse Collar, but he needs to start getting something that is going to help against the Men-at-Arms, which as of right now, Viper has no idea of. Okay, he does see it right there, and even a forward villager coming in from Andy. He is wanting to take this very aggressive, and Viper is going to need to start running for the hills, by which I mean town center, and those villagers are going to need to quick wall, yet I don't think any of them are actually going to die. Oh, even the Vills and the Spearmen are helping out here, and the Men-at-Arms are just not all together. Evil history? I'm okay. I'm no expert. Oh, look at this. This is from Viper as well. Gonna get one of the forward villagers, although I think he's still none the wiser about the other one. Andy gonna try and do his Alcatraz thing, but Viper is 2 on top of it for that. And this is turning out to be a complete disaster for poor freaking Andy. Viper sees the archery range. He's already got his own archery range in. And this is such an... Okay, gets at least 1 kill there, but this is a very underwhelming Men-at-Arms rush thus far. And thank you, Renru, for the 38 months. I know I hate ads. A sudden disaster? It wasn't that sudden. We saw enough sudden disastering earlier from Villas, a man who decided to turn into the world breaker Mr. Destructoid robot. Andy kind of walling himself up on the side, but Viper's already well ahead in terms of resources. Andy has exactly 1 villager worth of idle TC time, and he lost a villager. So the extra villas you get kind of make up for that, but Viper, of course, as poles with Horse Collar in, already going to be going for plenty o farms. And I kind of wish we saw less crazy feudal age aggression on this map, because it feels like... I don't know, it just becomes kind of another version of an open map. But I kind of want to see some, these civs interact in the later stages of the game. Anyway, Andy has completely cut off his military production here, just the 1 skirmisher in the archery range. And he's going to try and get an eco up behind this. But he's got a lot of catching up to do. That said, Viper is continuing to react to this. He's queuing up more skirmishers. We'll see if he grabs fletching. He might try and skip fletching until he actually sees if his opponent is popping out of the archery range. It's a pretty quick upgrade to research. Only like 30 seconds, I think. Anyway, I'm not too sure how much these palisade walls would do. Pretty far away from his base. You can't really reinforce them very effectively. But I imagine we should see Wheelbarrow as well, because you now get a villager from Wheelbarrow. Something that we actually see players not quite do a lot of with Teutons, not with Teutons, with Wei yet. But it's kind of like how Vietnamese should always pick up Wheelbarrow whenever they have the chance, because it's cheap and researches so quickly. I feel like kind of the exact same thing with, pull up, no, Wei now! Anyway, Viper's on his way up to Castle Age. Andy is going to be slower. At this point, Viper's just going to get to Castle Age, add TCs, and Andy will likely be way too far behind to do anything about that. Especially as his civ is significantly worse in the later stages of the game. Viper, though, with 6 vills on gold and getting the gold mining upgrade, so he is playing pretty safe. He's not in, like, full greed boom mode. Yes, Poles, absolutely did not need that buff back. I don't know why it was given. +1 vill. If that's how you want to look at it, Culpit, go for it. Whatever makes you happy, dude. Yeah, that's true. That Wei are a blue civ and Poles are a red civ. I mean, game number 1, Viper went full greed. So, I mean, he's still in there somewhere. But maybe Debbie decided to take the wheel at this point. And again, we're in a situation where... Is Andy horrendously far behind? Not on the surface. But Viper is hitting Castle Age in what feels like such a better situation. Yeah, I mean, Pole Eco is, like I said, probably top 2 in the game right now. At worst, top 3. It's such a silly civ, and I feel like people forgot how silly poles are because they were nerfed. Wei have the Shenbei Raiders, which are basically cheap but not very good cav archers, and then the Tiger Cav, which are mounted Huskarls. Humans still have the best eco in the game, and have always had the best eco in the game ever since that they were added. At least if you can 2TC boom properly. And third is probably Burgundians. I'd probably put humans, Poles, and Burgundians in that order. Super late game Poles win versus almost every civ because their Winged Hussar spam is so good. Vikings overrated? Not overrated. Like, when people say, oh, Vikings have the best eco in the game, it was back when there weren't that many civs in the game. Now we just have power creep where there are more civs added that have better economies. I mean, Vikings are still probably like a top 7 or 8 eco, but again, they're just better civs now. Yeah, I'm not sure if Shenbei are going to be good enough in the late game to deal with the full spam. Anyway, Viper already has the heavy plow upgrade, so every time you drop a farm, you get 37.5 food. And again, Red's going to try and boom, but I feel like he's just going to be way too far behind. You know, insert all the way jokes you want, but we'll have to see what Andy can do here. 0 vills on gold, so he's completely gone off that resource. He's mining stone with 6 vills, so I mean, I think he's going to try and boom his way back into this one. Yeah, the best eco is almost certainly humans, if you can get away with the 2TC boom. So it's kind of an asterisk. Poles are just kind of a little bit less extreme than humans because their eco doesn't have quite the highest highs. But it's a little bit safer and more consistent as you can kind of gradually add in your full farms. Teutons are probably in that top 10 to 5 range. I mean, pre-nerf, they were absolutely number 1. But after their nerf, it's much more competitive. Anyway, Viper picking up some relics. Andy also going to start picking up some relics. And there's a 4th TC. Again, Andy is in pure boom mode, whereas Viper is gathering both gold and stone, making sure he's not playing too greedy in one way or the other. Our top 5? I don't think they're quite top 5. Humans, Poles, Burgundians, and Khmer are definitely still better than them. Maybe they're in, like, the same tier as, like, Vikings and Romans. Slavs. Probably forgetting some people. Honestly, Wei are probably close to top 10. Oh, Bengalis are absolutely in that top 10 range. Oh, Malay. Oh, I forgot about Malay. Yeah, Malay are also top 5. Yeah, top 5 is definitely humans, Poles, Burgundians, Khmer, Malay. Chinese are still going to have a little bit of an asterisk to them. They can be top 5, depending on the map, but it's still probably... yeah, just a top 10 eco. Aztecs are top 5 eco in 2010, but not in 2025. With the pond, I mean, obviously, when you add water to the map, the whole equation changes. Anyway, Viper with 4 relics already. And again, just look at this eco difference. Pole eco is not going to be something you can match at this point, even with a mostly even villager count. Much food. I mean, the Slav farming eco is very, very good. It's just slow. There's so many civs with faster eco bonus. Spartans, don't care, not an actual AoE. Again, I'd like to point out that I said from the start that giving Poles their food eco bonus back to launch value was not a good idea. Against Haeguang Cav? I mean, it's true that Poles don't like facing heavy Cav, but I really don't think it should matter all that much if Viper is just going to be up to Imp so much faster and just going to bulldoze his opponent with a better eco. What else do they have? That's all you need. Malay essentially get to be 5 villagers ahead with their eco. Persians as well, also civ that we need to consider. Yeah, I think that it's going to be nigh impossible to not get steamrolled. I also remember when it was 100% faster. Absolutely ridiculous. You click up to feudal age 3 vills later and still reach feudal age faster than your opponent. Now remember, Dawei do have the traction trebs at a discount, so if you can hit Imp and have 2 siege workshops all ready to go, maybe you can withstand the fact that your opponent's 40 seconds or so faster. Yes, I probably did, but I don't remember that effect, or that well. No Schlachta yet, so certainly something Viper still needs to pick up. Don't know why Andy doesn't have hand cart. Again, it's like an extra vill, man. Super good hand cart. Another castle coming in, and Andy is prepping both siege workshops here. 3 times longer? Yes, I do remember that. Yeah, isn't Winged Hussar like a super bizarre 200 food, 800 gold right now? Like, almost no food, but it's still super expensive on the gold cost. Anyway, easy kills there for Viper, who's still ahead by 1,700 resources. There's Schlacht coming in. Again, I haven't seen that many games of Poles post-patch. Poles post-patch. Lots of alliteration. I still don't really think that... Again, in my mind, there really shouldn't be a way to stop this for Andy. I could be wrong. But it really feels like Andy is getting bulldozed here. I mean, the double traction treb at once is going to be helpful, but Andy still doesn't have anything good to tech into. He doesn't have a stable setup for Haguan Cab, which feels like that's going to be your best option versus Poles here. Yeah, Viper's got privileges. Viper has his pretty privilege. Alright, Cavalier about to be in. And Andy still hasn't teched into anything. In part because he's almost 3,000 resources behind. Which is, not great. Petard. Oh, there's Petard. I guess he could punch into that base if he really wants to. First traction trebs are out. Remember, 2 traction trebs equal 1 regular treb of anti-building destructive power. Handcart just now coming in. I feel like the answer has to be Haguang, right? With 10 melee armor, the Haguang should be pretty tough to deal with, but yeah. Tiger Cav definitely aren't the answer. They're not that great in melee fighting. They have no native melee armor, remember? Anyway, Petard Bust should probably kill Andy here. Yikes! Yikes, yikes, yikes. Good conversions from Andy with these monks. And he will be able to keep most of the traction trebs alive, but again, Viper is just going right past his opponent. And there's going to be so many dead units here. Castle already taken 6,000 damage. This castle's also taken around 6,000 damage. Andy just doesn't have an army, guys. I don't know what to tell you. Does he have a sneak stable? Yeah, there's GG. 41 Cavalier made. You just don't have the time to come online here as Andy. And Viper will be taking this best of 3. 2-1. Still pretty close, but Viper showing his skills. From the very start of the game, the forwarding just did not work out here for Andy. Viper, look at that. 3,000 more food, 3,000 more wood. Viper got the relics as well and just hit an Imperial Age timing that was not something that FreakinAndy could deal with at all. Those were Rex. That wasn't Viper there. And he did get polished. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much for tuning in today. Hope you had a lot of fun. Remember that we will be back tomorrow. Like I said, Sudden Disaster is at 12 GMT, and I'll do my best to be up to cast that. And then we'll have the finals of this tournament, which is going to be... we have the semifinals and then the finals. It's ACCM versus Viper, and then Mihai versus Kingstone. But yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning in. And I'll see you next time. Let's go raid Smiley. Anyway, shout out to Danielle and Robo for hosting this as well, of course.